All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. It is Sunday. We are back to a normal schedule. I'm just trying to figure out what boss is doing right now. Okay. Literally every single one of my cats has entered the room. I'm sure everything will be just fine. Yeah, so we have some interesting topics to go over and talk about today. There's been a lot of conversation about the PlayStation 6, about Xbox Helix, and we've been talking about pricing, we've been talking about the release timing, but one of the things we haven't talked about that much is the power difference, and we have Digital Foundry chiming in where they're talking about it and giving their opinion. We also have another well-known hardware leaker kind of chiming in and giving their opinion on it. And we're going to talk about it today. I firmly believe that the power difference won't matter at all this generation. I think it's definitely mattered in past generations, but what we're about to see with Project Helix and the PlayStation 6, I don't think it's going to matter at all. We're also going to be talking about Intergalactic because it was trending yesterday. People thought there was like a new website, and I figured, it's a good excuse to just kind of talk about that game again and ask the question, when are we going to see Intergalactic again? We're also going to talk a little bit more about Crimson Desert. There's an interesting situation going on there. And obviously the game's coming out very soon, so people are feeling good about it. MBG, it's not going to matter because even until Spencer new Xbox doesn't have the same quality developers as Sony. Well, we're going to dive deep into that, Michael. Yeah. Guys, do me a big favor, okay? Take a moment and hit that like button. We're only at 20 likes. We have over 85 people here. We should easily be able to crush 50 likes. So if you want to help the stream and you want to help with YouTube's algorithm to push the stream out there to get new people in, take a moment, hit that like button. Let's push for 50. And we have Armani Pepsi Coleman, member for 3 months. He says, I was seeing the hand-to-hand combat in Crimson Desert. It's fast and powerful. It reminds me of God of War or Batman with the fast punches and kicks. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by that myself, Armani. I saw a little bit of that melee or hand-to-hand combat, and it looks good, right? It looks better than you would expect. I think that's one of the aspects that people are kind of impressed with Crimson Desert, where it's like, wow, it seems to be doing almost everything very well, even something like the hand-to-hand combat. Dillo, I saw your comment on my video, by the way. It was an interesting comment, and I think a lot of Xbox players upvoted your comment where you were disagreeing with me, respectfully. You weren't being rude about it, but you believe that, I might be wrong this time, that the PlayStation 6 is not going to win next gen, that Project Helix is going to win next gen. Digital Foundry just said we're not going to see too many 4K 120 FPS games next gen. It's going to feel silly when footage does come out. Every other machine tested so far has met the spec sheet. No reason to doubt that will continue. Are you talking about the base PS5 with Crimson Desert? Oh, well, I appreciate that, Dillo. That's funny. You're saying I don't really think that. I just know it creates engagement. Yeah, there are definitely some interesting comments on my video today, but I guess it is to be expected, right? You're right. It does help with engagement. But guys, before we dive deeper into the conversation, like I said, please take a moment, hit that like button. If you want to support the channel directly, consider becoming a channel member. Gift memberships, we're going to try to hit 25 today. If we hit 25, we'll feed the beasts. Super chats, direct donations. These are all ways in which you can support the channel, the content, and the community directly. We're completely fan-funded. We are sponsorship-free. So big shout out and thank you to everybody who supports directly. Simply could not do it without your help. Did you see the potential leak about the Faye game on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors? I saw it pop up. I didn't actually read about it because it was coming from 4chan, and I'm like, well, the game is apparently coming out next year, so why even bother? You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to. Considering the game is apparently launching in the first half of 2027, that means we're going to get it within basically a year. So I'm not really interested in hearing anything leak wise about like the plot or the characters or anything substantial. The only thing I'd really be interested in, I suppose, is like how different the gameplay will be. But even then, like apparently this game is going to be revealed this summer. So we're going to find out very soon. Oh, is it mainly gameplay stuff? Wow, okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was mostly story stuff. Hmm. Yeah, maybe we could check that out. All right, so there's there's a little Digital Foundry clip here that I'm going to play. Okay? Well, you know what? I'm going to wait a couple minutes actually. I'm just going to hang with the chat for just a couple more minutes, give it a little bit more time for people to file in. Everything else you could kind of file under like, yeah, I expect that. Interesting. Yeah, well, it is coming from 4chan though, Neo. So it's one of those things where it could be 100% true, could be totally made up. A lot of stuff that comes from 4chan is completely made up, but there have been those rare instances where it turns out to be true. Michael Lynch with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael. He says, Xbots are like a battered wife. They are abused constantly, but every time you assure them this time it's different, they believe it. You guys are sheep. Damn. That is absolutely savage. Maybe too savage, Michael. Well, dude, we've been talking about that, and yeah, I mean, I try my best to create a differentiation here where I think they're basically two types of people that are excited for something like Project Helix. There is the person that understands what this device is and what Microsoft's intention is here. And they accept that it's them kind of getting out of the hyper competitive space between Sony and Nintendo and maybe focusing a little bit more on the PC side of things with Steam. And also just niching down a lot. Then there is like, what you're calling the Xbot, the people that I tend to run into sometimes where they seem to be under this impression that things are going to be drastically different this time. And that to me is very strange to witness, but I guess it is to be expected considering we're getting all of these rumors and all of these leaks and some official info from Microsoft as well regarding the upcoming consoles. There's also just the history of it. Like I said, 4 generations of Microsoft and Sony going at one another, right? The idea that that's just going to stop abruptly, some people are struggling with that notion, but it is what it is. But I could understand why you are drawing some parallels there, Michael. I see it even in my comment section today. I see it with some people where I don't know how real it is, but yeah, man, that they really believe that next generation is going to be a different story between PlayStation and Microsoft, and it will be a different story, but not for the reasons that some people think. It's not going to come in the form of, oh, Microsoft is going to take it to Sony and PlayStation is going to be put in their place. That would be cool, but that's not going to happen. And yeah, we do need to talk about the power narrative. This is why I wanted to bring this up today, because believe it or not, there are people who believe the power difference is going to be a big deal once again. And I'm like, dude, how many times do we have to go over this? How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Apparently, we got to go around another time here. Sony is more software ML focused than hardware. Moore's law is dead. Is that what you're saying? Moore's law said still viable in software / AI. Sony doesn't have other consoles to worry about. Not really. I mean, they do have to pay attention to the Switch 2. They have to pay attention to the Switch 2, and they still have to pay attention to Helix. I don't want to make it sound like Helix is not something that the PS6 should be paying any attention to. I don't want to make it sound that way. I think there is a rational middle ground of like, well, they are still making a box that they're going to sell, right? Sony should not just rest on their laurels and assume that everything's going to just go in their favor. But this is one area where I do believe that the Xbox Helix could be, the most powerful console ever created by a wide margin. I don't think it's going to matter at all. I really don't. And we're going to go over that. The Steam Machine is the one to watch. I'm not so sure about that either. I really think that both Steam Machine and Project Helix are going to be in their own space, where it's for PC gamers who want something that is more akin to a box you would put under your TV, which technically would make that competition to PlayStation and to even the Switch 2, but it feels like, as of right now, there is zero indication that either of these machines are going to have some kind of mass market wide appeal to PC gamers or console gamers. And that's the important thing to understand. There will be an audience for both of these machines, both the Steam Machine and Project Helix, but that audience is not the same audience that's going to buy the PlayStation 6 or is currently buying the Switch 2 or currently buying PlayStation 5s. And it's also not going to be the vast majority of people who are already established on PC, gaming on PC. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of trying to carve out a market that I do believe exists, but it's very far from being a mass market. MBG, it's not just about the power, it's about the service PC brings. Cheap games, no online paywall, ultra-wide support. I understand that, Venino, but that's the thing that I continue to try to tell people is it's very strange to see people kind of jump on Project Helix specifically. Steam Machine I can understand more so because it's Steam, and Steam's always been on PC, right? Project Helix is strange, though, because I'm seeing groups of people discuss it as if this hasn't already existed. You know what I'm saying? Like cheaper games, no online paywall, ultra-wide support, having all these different options. It's like, yes, that's existed for decades. And nothing has been stopping any of these people who are interested in Project Helix from going and embracing that, maybe other than people saying, well, I have a library of Xbox games. But even then, I mean, it's not like these things didn't exist prior to the Xbox One and the Xbox Series. But I get what you're saying. These are reasons why people are looking at things like the Steam Machine and Project Helix compared to the PS6 and saying, maybe I might consider going PC. I think most people who are looking at these upcoming devices that aren't the PlayStation 6 are just basically weighing the same option, which is, do I want to stick with console, traditional console, or do I want to go to PC? And Michael Lynch uses his milestone chat. He's a member for 9 months. He says, I guess PlayStation will have to beat Xbox for a 5th time in a row. Well, that's the thing, right? What you're seeing right now is a strange reaction, but maybe an expected one, where maybe strange isn't the right word. You're seeing a mixed reaction. And that can certainly lead to some strangeness. But the mixed reaction I'm referring to is It's exactly what you're saying, Michael. Like, are they competing or not? We just reacted to Moore's Law is Dead, a portion of his last video, where, according to him and developers he's spoken to, the plan is, yes, there are going to be Xbox Helix versions of games. We were under the impression that these are just PC versions, but no, apparently there's going to be an Xbox Helix version, a PC version, right? They're going to be separate. And that's very interesting to me because that does seem to insinuate that Microsoft is attempting to create a little bit more competition between them and what PlayStation is doing than we originally thought. But it remains to be seen how developers, choose to embrace that. No one buys a new console to play old games. Well, in the era of live service, I'm not so sure that rings true anymore. I mean, I get what you're saying. The idea is if people are going to get excited about a new device that's coming out, a new piece of hardware, and they're going to pay hundreds of dollars for it, potentially up to $1,000, you want to do so to play newer games. That makes sense. If Xbox announces free online play, then Sony ups the price of online play. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, Sony needs to keep an eye out for that. I would love to see Microsoft make that announcement. But that's the thing. That's the thing that I think people need to try to keep in mind is that if what Microsoft is saying about Helix is true, like when we look at the PlayStation 6, we know the PlayStation 6 is a traditional console, and therefore whatever you see now with PlayStation Plus is going to carry over to that. There's this automatic assumption that Steam will be on the next Xbox. We have yet to have official confirmation of that. There's also, because of that, the automatic assumption that there will be no online paywall. But for all we know, Microsoft might be preparing to really position this thing more so as, no, this is a console. And yeah, of course, keep in mind, if they choose to get rid of the paywall, they're foregoing millions of dollars. And I have no problem with that. That's not my money, but I'm just saying for a gaming division that is trying very hard to increase their profit margins, willingly choosing to erase millions of dollars is, you could begin to see why that might not be something they want to do. They might not be rushing into that. All right, we have more people here now. So, guys, like I said, do me a favor. Make sure you hit that like button. We're going to react to this clip from Digital Foundry, where Digital Foundry is talking about the power difference between the PlayStation 6 and Xbox Helix. And let's see what they have to say. Before I do that, though, Excel, you're saying there's a high chance Steam may not be on Xbox Helix since Microsoft will have special Helix versions. Or will the console play Helix versions and PC versions from Steam? Well, that's the thing. People have been kind of pointing out that it's cool if Steam is going to be on Xbox Helix, but it completely defeats the purpose of Microsoft trying to bring people over to their own ecosystem and their own storefront. And that's the interesting thing about there being dedicated Project Helix versions of games. We know there's going to be dedicated PlayStation 6 versions. No one's questioning that. But everybody's questioning that with Helix because if that's the direction they're going in, then it really does bring that big question mark into the equation of like, wait, then why would you let Steam on here? Right? Like, if people choose to go to Steam, which they absolutely will over the Windows Store, over the Xbox Store, where do you get your money from? And the only thing I can figure is Microsoft will say, we've already thought of that. We're going to get our money with the sale of the console. That's why it's going to be so expensive. That's why people are talking about it being $1,000, $1,200, right? Because it's like, listen, if you choose to buy this box and literally the only thing you do is install Steam and that's all you play on and we make no money from you, that's okay. We literally made our money up front from the point of sale of the box itself. So that's one way Sony could, or not Sony, Microsoft could justify bringing Steam over to their next box. But anyway, let me play this clip. I've been keeping you guys waiting long enough. Hold on. All right, let me play it.
I think that's probably one of the biggest surprises of this particular console generation is that in the end, the on-paper specification difference between PlayStation 5 and Series X didn't meaningfully transform into any kind of appreciable improvement. And part of that, I think, is down to the era of dynamic resolution scaling, where it's very difficult to tell, let's say 1620p apart from 1800p. It's just the way it is, particularly with temporal upscaling in the mix as well. Curious what you make of this, Oliver, because I think you're aware of the various leaks for both the PlayStation 6 and the Xbox. There is a meaningful advantage to what Microsoft is apparently doing. But maybe Alex is right. Maybe it is more the case that, that extra horsepower will be better utilized by like PC enthusiasts as opposed to console players.
Yeah, there is a meaningful advantage. I mean, the memory bus is a little bit wider at 192 bits versus 160 bits, I believe. We're talking about maybe 68 CUs versus 52 CUs, roughly in that ballpark, according to the latest leaks. So you do some extrapolation of that. Maybe you say it's like 20%, 25% faster. I think historically speaking, 20% faster. It's not going to get you a whole lot. It's basically not that meaningful. And especially if you're looking at like an unsubsidized box on the one end, subsidized box on the other end, there could be a substantial price premium that you're paying for that additional performance. Because the new Xbox Magnus die is like also over 400 millimeters squared, even though it is, I think, a dual die design. That is a considerably large die for a console, whereas PS6 seems to be a die that's like around PS5 Pro size. It's a fairly svelte die and it's monolithic, so that should be cheaper to produce just by its nature as well. I would completely agree with Alex that it mostly comes down, or could largely come down, to having features that PS6 doesn't have, because Sony is known for stripping things out, not including parts of the RDNA design that they don't feel like they need. For instance, the Xbox Series had much better machine learning acceleration in multiple formats than PS5. And there was some talk initially and some demos of Microsoft showing off early machine learning upscalers, think like single frame upscalers, things like this. Nothing ever came of that, but they could have probably shipped something at least based off the provenance of the XeSS on similar hardware on PC. Presumably they could have shipped something. So maybe, given that this is a PC, given that it has access to those technologies, perhaps it could make more of a difference this time. But I don't know exactly what they would be accelerating that Sony wouldn't. That's very dependent on that.
All right, so that was the clip from Digital Foundry, and basically, if you don't understand what was just said there, they're basically acknowledging the fact that on paper, because we do have the leaked specifications of both the PlayStation 6 and the Project Helix Xbox device, on paper, Helix is significantly more powerful in numerous areas than the PlayStation 6. But what's interesting about this is it's coming at a time when, we talk about how much better can things really get? How much better can they look? And there's no doubt that they will get better. They can get better, and they're going to look and perform better. But you start to get to these levels of like, okay, what's the actual real world difference? And this is why Digital Foundry is basically saying that it's not really going to equate to much. On paper might say 20 to 25% faster or more powerful. Could even say up to 30% more powerful. But what does that mean when you're talking about games that you're going to be playing on both devices?
You need to take into account MS is targeting a 30% profit margin as well, whereas PlayStation will subsidize PS6.
Yeah, absolutely, Moonshot. We do need to acknowledge something else here, that when we talk about these consoles, even just outside of the power factor, we have to look at what Sony's overall ambition is versus Microsoft. Microsoft is not planning on selling tens of millions of Helix devices, let alone get anywhere near selling 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 million boxes. That is not on the table for Helix. Microsoft knows that. And so they're not going to take that approach. It's the literal opposite for Sony, where Sony is very likely to subsidize the PlayStation 6. I mean, they pretty much are going to. How they're going to do it remains to be seen, but that's why people are in for a big surprise, and I can't wait. There are people, I encounter them almost every day. They're like, I'm not paying $800 or $900 for a PS6. Good, because you're not going to have to. You're not going to have
Helix
to.
will be expensive for the sake of trying to make money on the box, not necessarily because what is in the box is so much better than PS6.
Exactly. Moonshot. See, you're hitting the nail on the head. This is what Digital Foundry ultimately is really kind of getting at here. It's that what will be in Helix on paper will be more powerful and more capable from a pure hardware standpoint than the PlayStation 6. But when you see the price of this box, that's what's going to make people, first of all, be like, never mind, I'm good. Or at the very least, they're going to be like, well, these results better be mind-blowing. And do not, listen, here's what I'll tell you. Do not be surprised if when we are watching Digital Foundry comparisons, in-depth analysis videos of the first, or even just within the first year, the first wave of next-gen games. How does this multi-platform game running on the PlayStation 6 stack up to the same game running on the Helix, right? The Helix version. Don't be surprised if there is no difference, or the difference is so minute that it's like they're the same. They're doing the same thing. But you know what the difference will be? The PlayStation 6 will probably be a $600 box. The Helix is going to be $900 to $1,200. This is something that Microsoft, I don't know if they thought of this, but it's like, that's going to make you look real bad. Like, you're going to piss people off if they're like, I just paid $1,200 or $1,000 for Xbox Helix, most powerful console. I'm going to have PC access. And it's like, I really hope you're banking on the PC access here. I think there's another direct donation coming in from Moonshot that I'm going to let play. Oh, okay, it's pushing it behind. You see, we have a couple super chats too. Give me one moment, guys, and I'll read these super chats. There we go.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see more impressive results on PS6 with a custom bespoke feature set and exclusive solely made to take advantage of PS6.
Well, exactly, Moonshot. Like, that's the thing, dude. Like, we are, dude, I'm like kind of flabbergasted that we are seemingly walking the same path. We're seeing the same thing happen, except it looks even worse this time, because at least when the Series X was being compared to the PS5, it was within the same price range. It was basically the same price. So it looked kind of bad that it's like, bro, why is the PS5 outperforming the Series X in any instance? And it's like, well, at least they're still the same price. This is going to be different, bro. If you start to see Sony's games like just doing laps around games you're seeing running on Helix, and we're talking about a $300, $400, $500 price difference. Oh man, it's over at that point. I mean, over. Michael, what's up, man? Good morning. Is it morning for you? It's afternoon where I am. I think it's afternoon for you too, right? Anyway, morning. By the way, yeah, Michael, I appreciate you were trying to tell people to hype the video that I put out today. I appreciate that. Tarnished, what's up? I got a couple of super chats here. We have, let's see, Chad A with a $5 chat. He says, developers will develop for the larger install-based system. PS5 and PS6 will be Xbox's Series S that they didn't even produce, in a sense. That's an interesting way to view. Like, we were talking about a comment that I came across of somebody saying the PS6 will be the Series S. That's an interesting way to view it, but that's the thing. You remember how we talked about fundamentally, the Xbox Series S is not a problem. Fundamentally, what Microsoft was trying to achieve with that box is totally, it makes perfect sense. The problem is you did it too early. What does that look like? You do it a generation too early. We want to put out a cheaper box so we can beat them, at the price point. Genius. But what does that look like at the end of the day? Unfortunately for the Series S, it looks like games running at 540p, 30 frames per second, 720p, 30 frames per second. Insane garbage like that, where it's like, why? It's like, because what we tried to think about, the way Microsoft marketed the Series S, they marketed it as like, this is going to be a 1440p, 120 FPS console. And it's like, it could not be further from that. That's absolutely not what it is. When you look at the PlayStation 6, people will be able to look at it and say, this is less powerful than Helix. Yes. What type of resolutions and frame rates and ray tracing capability are you going to be getting with the cheaper Series S version of the PlayStation 6? You think you're going to be getting games at 720p, 30 frames? You think you're going to be getting games at 1080p, 60 frames? Wrong. You're going to be getting 4K, 60 FPS locked with high levels of ray tracing, possibly certain levels of path tracing. That's what you're going to get, like, across the board with most games, with the vast majority of games. So what I'm trying to say here is, it's like, damn, man, if this is the low end, that's pretty good. But that's the thing, right? The real low end is going to be the PS5 and the Series X, and unfortunately the Series S. The Series S, when we talk about cross-gen being integrated into next gen, the Series S is still going to be the biggest thorn in everybody's side. Unless developers are still making PS4 games, which, if you're making games for Series S, I mean, so there's that whole aspect of, like, when is next gen actually going to be next gen? Next gen. Words. We also have Excel with a super chat saying, the whole Helix situation seems like a solution created for a problem that does not exist. In tech, we call it a solution in search of a problem. I mean, it does feel like that. And that's why Microsoft has driven me insane at this point, because Microsoft is trying to make their problem everybody's problem. And it's like, no, wrong. You've been beat on all fronts. You were beat in the console space. You were beat in the PC space. You own PC through Windows, yet you were still beat by Valve and Steam. And obviously you were beat by Nintendo. I don't think Microsoft ever tried to take on Nintendo. They tried to buy Nintendo, and they got laughed at. This is what I'm saying, where it's like, people need to acknowledge Microsoft for what they really are in the gaming space. And it's not that they haven't done anything good. I will never say that. Microsoft has done good in the gaming space. But it's just the things that they've gotten wrong, and the level of chaos sometimes that they have enacted, because they just can't seem to figure certain things out and get certain things right, is just ridiculous. Where it's like, stop trying to make this everybody else's problem, because it's your problem. And that's what drives me nuts about the radical Xbots and the Xbox fanboys, where it's like, they just seem to ignore this. It's like, guys, knock it off. Alex with the $5 super chat says, LOL, Sony won't do what they reworked the PS5 3 times, using cheaper materials and taking stuff out so it can be profitable. That's true, but Sony is looking down a very different situation than with the... I think what's about to happen with the PS6 can be a good thing, because it's going to... Well, I can't say this for certain, but my hope is it will kind of settle Sony down. I think Sony got ahead of their skis a little bit with the PS5, where they were like, oh my God, we're going to make so much money. And they did. But yes. Oh, also, Alex, I got to call you out on this one, bro. That's always normal. That's totally normal and something that happens throughout every console generation. Xbox has done the same thing. I just want to make that clear that every generation you're going to see the materials that are going into the box changing to make it cheaper to produce, as long as it, produces the same results for the end user. But what you're really hinting at here is the idea that Sony will not subsidize the PS6, because look at what they're doing with the PS5. Look at how much Sony is penny pinching just to keep their console and their box profitable. And I do agree with that. But here's the thing. Like, Sony would be stupid. No, boss. You stay. Sony would be straight up stupid, in my opinion, to think that they can approach the PlayStation 6 the same way they approach the PS5. Boss, stop trying to fight me, bro. Why are you trying to fight me? They would be stupid to think that they could do it the same way, because the situation has changed. It's not the same, where Sony needs to be more focused on selling the PlayStation 6 in mass and making a profit later than they need to be on selling it in mass and making a profit as soon as we possibly can. If they take the approach of getting aggressive with their profit margins with the PlayStation 6 up front, that's risky business. That is putting the PlayStation 6 in a situation that could end up mirroring the PlayStation 3 to some extent. Not entirely, but to an extent where it's like, guys, like, read the room. People are telling you they're not going to pay $800 for a PS6. So don't sell it for $800. And so he's going to be like, well, what do you want us to do? You want us to eat the cost? Yeah, but get it later on. Recoup it. Like, again, I shouldn't have to say this, right? This shouldn't even have to be a conversation, because we're talking about Sony PlayStation. They've done this for 4 generations. The PS5 was really the first generation, or the PS4 for that matter, but especially with the PS5, where they were in such a good position where, and the market itself was in such a good position where they can think about that. They can think about selling the console en masse and making a profit as quickly as we can. Of course they can do that. But like I said, things have changed. The situation has changed. Surely Sony's aware of that, and they understand that PS6 is going to be a tougher sell. Doesn't matter how good it is, people are going to be very price sensitive. They're going to be very, very price sensitive. And we have Zenzo76 with a $5 chat saying, as a disabled gamer who can only use one hand and no buttons, controllers might mean I can use it. It might mean I can't use it. That would suck. Are you talking about the PlayStation 6? Well, I don't know if you're talking about the PlayStation 6 or the Helix. I know that both Microsoft and Sony offer their accessibility controllers, and they're both really good from what I hear. Sony, I think they saw that Microsoft was doing that and they're like, let's do our own as well. And I've heard good things. I know that there's a couple of people on my channel who have disabilities, and I think use those controllers to help them play. So they should, I would assume, if you are talking about Helix or the PS6, if you have one of these controllers, they should be compatible with them. That'd be crazy if they weren't. That'd be crazy if they tried to sell you another one. Here's the PS6 version of the I forget the name of the controller, but the accessibility controller. That would be diabolical. And Alex with the $2 chat says Sony will give you all $1,000 box for $600. I doubt. The PlayStation 6, I don't think is going to be $1,000. Based off of what we know about it, it's going to be, I think, like a 7, I think maybe closer to an $800 machine, realistically, like for the components that are going to go into it. But we have to remember that Sony is dealing with economies of scale here. We're like, Sony's in a position where obviously they're not trying to lose money, but they've been down this road before, man. Like, Sony understands something very fundamental that they need to understand to make their console successful. And that is, if you're in a tough spot where your console is going to be a little bit more difficult to sell. They encountered this with the PS3. Granted, it wasn't because people didn't want a PS3. It's because Sony made it so, they were just so arrogant with it, and the pricing was off, and you had the competition with the 360. Sony had to literally eat billions to save the PS3. They shouldn't have to do that again, because I don't think the situation is going to be anywhere near the same. But I'm just pointing out that, like, they understand, like, you have to think long term here. You need to be thinking about recouping your costs when you get to 70, 80 million units sold. Because the imperative here, you got to get the box in people's homes. You got to get it in their hands and in their homes. If you can't do that, then you failed. Sony doesn't have an alternative. Sony can't do what Microsoft is doing. They can't just say, well, you know what? Nobody wants to buy our box, so let's just make it a PC. Like, they can't do that. They cannot do that. I mean, Microsoft, it's weird to an extent that they're even doing that, but they kind of can, because they can justify it with, well, we're Windows. We could be Windows gaming, right? We can blend the two because we are both. Sony can't do that. Sony needs to sell their box. They need to sell their handheld. So, the chances of, like, I know you said, like, Sony will sell you $1,000 box for $600. Yeah, maybe. They might have to. It's like, Sony, I'm not worried about the money you're going to lose. I'm worried about what they should be worried about is, are you going to get me to buy your box? Are you going to get me to upgrade? You come out with a $700, $800, $900 box, no one's going to buy it. No one. Sony, surely they know that. They have to know that. For their own well-being, they need to know that. The Sparky Nuts with a $5 super chat. He says, MBG, the thing you're missing, subsidizing in the past, has been at most $100 per unit. They can't afford $250 or $300 off to get the price to $600. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. That's kind of what almost killed them with the PS3, is the cost of manufacturing for the PS3 was absurd. But this is where, if I understand the leaked specifications of the PlayStation 6, if I understand them correctly.
If you want a better idea how PlayStation will subside the PS6, go check out Mooch's podcast episode from a few weeks back. Labed Bungie risks everything.
Labeled Bungie risks everything. Maybe I'll go check that out. Yeah, I mean, Moonshot, that's the thing. And the Sparky Nuts, when we're talking about subsidization of the PlayStation 6, it will be dangerous for Sony if they're in a predicament where it's like, you're going to have to, like, eat a cost greater than $100, like $200, $250. But if I understand the leaked specifications of the PlayStation 6, and if I understand what Mark Cerny has been telling me for, like, the past 2 years about their collaboration with AMD on Project Amethyst, my understanding is the hardware inside the PlayStation 6 is going to be on, like, I don't want to say the lower end. That makes it sound bad, but it's not going to be like, oh, whoa, it's going to blow your mind. It's not going to seem next gen. Like, when you look at the spec sheets, it's going to seem like an upgrade, but not like some kind of cutting edge, this is going to blow your mind
18-minute mark
type
David
thing, you know?
Faulkner really breaks down some info people have been not taking into account when it comes to PS6. Great podcast, BTW.
Let me see, the 18-minute mark. I could probably... Yeah, I was going to, like, check it out, but I'm like, I don't know. If it's an entire podcast, I might not be able to... let me see. You said it's titled Bungie Risks Everything. I'm looking now. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've watched this podcast before. the 18-minute mark. I'll play this in just a second. But before I do, see, I think I missed this. Yeah, I missed a super chat here. Yeah, I don't know if Sony. Again, I just to finish the point I was trying to make before I read this next super chat. I think Sony, they're kind of prepared to not have to deal with losing hundreds of dollars because the PlayStation 6 is going to be more software heavy. You know, Mark Cerny had. Come on, boss, you need to stop, man. Get down from there. They've invested all this time and money into the Project Amethyst collaboration so that way they can, avoid this situation where it's like, how are you going to get higher resolutions or better looking image quality for your games at higher frames with better ray tracing and path tracing without going, scorched earth like Microsoft is, where listen to what Digital Foundry just said about their die, right? They're talking about how massive the chip, the actual like GPU or the APU itself, how massive it's going to be. And how it's like, that's going to cost a lot to produce, dude. Sony's going the opposite route where they're like, we need to make it as small, as lean and efficient as we possibly can. So that way, and then people say, well, isn't that going to make the console weaker? Like, yeah, it will be weaker, but it'll be made up by the fact that it's going to be so reliant on this upcoming software that developers will be able to take advantage of, that it's like, yeah, like when you see Spider-Man 3 running on the PlayStation 6, knowing how talented Insomniac is, it's probably going to run laps on most other things you see. And I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. You're saying not really, man. If you listen to Digital Foundry talk about it, there's still a very sizable hardware jump by 2.5 to 3 times over PS5. Well, that's the thing. If Sony does find themselves in a situation where it's like we either price this thing at $700 or $800 or we eat hundreds of dollars, it's like, I don't know. Like Sony, at that point, you really got to ask yourself, in the long run, what's more important? What's more important, keeping the PlayStation business model alive in the only way you know how to, or, maintaining profitability? It's dangerous if they reach that territory, but they have time to prepare. They have time right now. They have to prepare accordingly. And Leo Jimmy, sorry to keep you waiting with your super chat, man. Saying MBG money, the Helix is being advertised as Ivan Drago, but in reality, it will just be Tommy Gun or Union Kane, another PC basically that you could already have. Xbox mode on Helix is what will be left of Xbox. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, Leo, that's my understanding of this device. After listening to Moore's Law is Dead, I'm starting to think it might be more than that, believe it or not. I don't know that it'll be Ivan Drago. I definitely, like, to me, that is the marketing. That's like them trying to really hype it up. But my understanding of this device is, yeah, it's going to be, I mean, I don't know, like, people keep talking about the benefits of, like, I get the benefits of PC. And it's like, yeah, if you use it if you use it like a PC, you could do that now. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's why I'm just so not confused, but like I'm finding it hard to pay attention to people who are hyping up this box because of, like, it's like, if you still, don't be surprised if you want to use this in console mode, in Xbox mode, in order to do multiplayer, you still have to pay for it. Like, don't be surprised if that's what this is. If not, great. But in that case, why aren't you just playing? It's you're probably going to be playing on Steam anyway, if Steam's available on this, if you could just run full Windows. I don't know. I think right now there's a lot of room for people to imagine things in their mind. Like, this is how I imagine it will be. This is how I think it will be. Microsoft hasn't shown anything yet. They've shown slides of like their plan and what they want to achieve, but they haven't actually shown how this thing is going to work. Like when you boot it up in your living room or something. That's what I'm curious about, because that to me is what's going to be the make or break for a lot of people alongside the price point. I don't know. I don't think people quite understand that Microsoft is in a messy situation. They've put themselves in a messy situation where it's not going to be easy per se for them to properly communicate, like, here's how you use this thing. And that's just the very nature of they're embracing PC. PC is not, it's inherently not as simple as consoles. Consoles are, one of the biggest advantages that console manufacturers have always had from a marketing perspective is you plug it in and then you play it. You have like one screen to show you your games. And, of course, there's times with the PS4 and the Xbox One, the Series X, the PS5, where like, oh, you could do more things if you want, but really you just plug it in and you play it. Michael Lynch with a $5 chat. You're saying, don't forget the PS6 will have those 3 tech things that will most likely make up for the difference in performance between the two systems. If are you talking about the, I forget the name. The only name I remember PSSR, Radiance cores, but then they have compression. You think I would remember it all, but they're going to have a new compression technology. They're going to have a new technology for ray tracing. They're going to have like a dedicated. There's going to be a part inside the PlayStation 6 that has been custom built where it's like this part's going to handle ray tracing and kind of take the load off the GPU. It's stuff like that. Like, that's the customization that's going into the PlayStation 6 that this, as far as I'm aware, I don't think the Helix will have. And, that it's stuff like that, that it's all a matter of if developers are going to utilize it. And that's where Mark Cerny's expertise should shine, where it's like Mark is known to make it as easy as possible. Like, to a point where it's like, you're going to want to use this because it's that easy to use. It's like the flip of a switch, That's his job. It's not just about creating this technology, because that's the thing. If you listen to what Digital Foundry just said, they were talking about how the Series X had like all this different stuff. It had the full feature set of RDNA 2, the full feature set. The Series X has features that the PS5 does not, yet no one cares. Literally, developers don't care. Why? Probably because it's difficult to take advantage of it, because you can use some of these features, but you're going to have to really go above and beyond from a development standpoint to really do that. And considering most devs are just focused on, listen, man, we're just trying to get the damn game done. We're just trying to get it to the gold stand, to reach gold and release it. We're not really worried about utilizing the entire RDNA 2 feature set. That's what Mark Cerny's trying to do, is to basically take certain features that he believes gamers will care about, people who are buying the console are going to care about, and then try to, tweak the development environment of the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 6 to make it so that you don't have to use these features, but we're going to make it as easy as possible for you. And that, combined with the large install base that we will presumably have, should be incentive enough for you to want to, use these features. That's the whole idea. Microsoft isn't doing any of that. They're not doing any of that, dude. And that's kind of like why I'm just surprised they're taking the same approach they took with the Series X. And Kazjam, you're saying, I think a lot of y'all are forgetting that the Helix will be much cheaper than a similar spec PC. Yeah, that could be true. Presumably, that's something I've seen numerous people say, where they're like, well, if I'm getting what can result in like 5080 performance at $1,300 or something, yeah, that makes sense. But that requires PC gamers buying an Xbox. Like, and I don't know, man. I just don't know. I feel like I just have this intuitive feeling that, like, if you're a PC gamer that cares about the idea of a box offering 5080 performance, you probably already have that graphics card or something good, like close enough to it. Or you're already thinking about, you know, you were already saving up for that graphic. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my whole thing here is what you're saying isn't wrong in the sense of, like, it could be a much more affordable option compared to actually, like, building a PC or, you know, buying a pre-built PC that offers the same level of performance. But again, it's like, who are you speaking to? We're telling PC players. It's like, yeah, maybe some of them are going to be interested, but bro, they're already, if they're listening to you talk about things like 50, 80 levels of performance, I don't think they care. Like, they're already there, man. You know what I mean? Like, they're already in this spot of, like, yeah, I care about this stuff and I'm already doing what I need to do. I've already done it. Oh, and I see we have Mrs. MBG. She drops a single member gift for you guys. I guess she saw that it's slow going for the memberships today. She's trying to help out. Well, Mrs. MBG, thank you for that. We're going to add that. Got to get a single train going. Yeah, guys, make sure you're hitting that like button, by the way. We're sitting at 83 likes. Let's see if we can bump that up to 100 likes. Most PC gamers do not have a PC anywhere near 5080. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, we'll have to see if it actually turns out to be true, because that could be a crazy play from Microsoft, where it's like, it turns out that Microsoft they didn't win over console players. They weren't trying to steal console players. They won over PC players. And that is a possibility. Like, that's one window of possibility that I leave open, because it's like, well, it does sound unbelievable that the APU is that it's gonna match a 5080 and come in at, you know, like $1,300 or $1,200. I'm like, that sounds kind of nuts. I don't know about that one, but if it somehow manages to do that, yeah, then you could see, I could see a possible outcome where PC gamers are like, when I'm going to upgrade, I'm going to actually upgrade to that. MBG, that is the biggest selling point. If I have to believe Moore's Law is dead, it's going to be crazy. Building a PC with a 5080 is $2,500 minimum. But see, that's the thing that I start to question, where it's like, well, wait a second. If getting 5080 level performance costs that much in the PC space, how is Microsoft going to produce that level of performance at such a lower price point? Unless they are like, yeah, we're just going to lose money. But I'm like, that I don't see that happening. Software. So yeah, well, I mean, they are leveraging software too. I've been talking about the software that Sony's been building with Project Amethyst, but Microsoft did just make it clear with their GDC presentation that they're going to be embracing that pretty heavily as well. So this could be interesting from that angle. I will admit, like, it's like, yeah, Sony doesn't have to worry about their console player base. Are you serious, boss? Sony doesn't have to worry about their console player base leaving to go to Helix, because that's not who it's aimed at. What it is it's PC players being like, this is the next PC I'm upgrading to. That would be fascinating, because it would it would be a successful threading of a needle that I wouldn't have assumed it would have been threaded. You know, I would have been like, oh, okay. So that could be interesting. Boss, are you serious right now? Boss, stop it. I can't believe him. Well, well, yeah. So I do think though that going back to the whole notion of which device here is going to produce much better results. Well, everything we've heard is that, yeah, like Helix is more powerful. Dude, you're scratching my... Helix is more powerful. Hashtag free Rich Rod and make him a mod. Rich Rod is free, bro. He's been free. He's never not been free. See, now moving the damn goalpost. Now he's got to be a mod to be free. Ray, that's interesting. Check out the clip, MBG. You'll see the light. All right, let me see. You said the 18-minute mark, right? Boss, for the love, what are you doing, man? My God, look at this cat. He's like, please, please, please just give me treats, man. Sorry, bro. We only got one member today. Okay, don't hurt me. He's like, you sure about that? You sure you only got one member? I'm pretty sure, boss. I'm pretty sure we only got one member. All right. Cats are a-holes. Boss, stop being an a-hole. Damn, bro. All right. Let's see.
Think about maybe not, if you know more about the software side and what we're talking about, please chime in. If not, just from the business end of things, David, are they going to be able to keep this thing under $1,000?
Well, yeah. There's a couple of benefits that PlayStation's got in this whole development cycle that a lot of people aren't. Oh, it's not really publicly known. It's public information, but it's not discussed much.
Mm-hmm.
So the AMD chipsets are all based off TSMC production runs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sony's now got 2 massive manufacturing plants built in Japan that
That's
are
right.
TSMC joint ventured to be able to produce these chips. So a lot of that is not.
Yeah, they did that, and like they did that after the pandemic. They announced their chip factory that they didn't want to run into the same situation they did with the PS5.
They just announced a new. It's either an expansion of a current one, or they just bought a new, like a previously existing facility to do the 3 nanometer and 5 nanometer chipsets that feed into this AMD stuff for the GPUs and CPUs. So they've invested heavily in owning part of the production. It's part of the reason why they're divesting the spinning off the TV and displays out into that joint venture with TCL. They already subcontract most of their display stuff out with TCL anyway.
Yep.
So it just makes sense to divest. Like this is like, I don't know, late 90s, early 2000s when businesses would gone through a massive amount of consolidation in the mid to late 90s through all that growth. And in the early 2000s started to divest and split off and fracture things out. It's just part of the cycle, and we're on the back end of that. So had the big consolidation and investment, then they go through a contraction, and then they, all the layoffs and the shutdowns and all that, and then the next thing is divestment. So Sony's resetting or restructuring, as they've done in the past. They do it, the cyclical thing every 7-8 years. So they're divesting the TV and the display bits and pieces through a joint venture output to minimize the cost there. So they're not a customer as such, but they're owning part of that manufacturing process. That cuts down on cost because they're not paying a margin to the middleman. Same thing with the chip manufacturing. They've invested heavily in these massive production facilities so that they can be part of the supply line for that. And Sony's done this with many things in the past. They've got a history of doing this with their electronic
cooling as well.
gadgets.
Cooling as well. They've massively overhauled the cooling
That's right.
system as well. In that.
So if I understand correctly, he's basically explaining that one of the reasons Sony is prepared for this is because they've invested in it to, as he said, to be part of like the production pipeline itself. And they've done this for many other things in the past. I mean, yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, like, you do have to wonder, right? You do have to wonder why it is that, I'm not saying the PS5 didn't go up in price at all. It did. It definitely did. But it's like not at the rate. It's not happening in the way that people, come on, boss, chill, that people thought it would. Where like people had assumed, well, like, you know, Microsoft raised the price of the Xbox Series consoles twice within like less than 6 months or something. And they assume, well, then that's happening next with Sony. But Sony was actually like, no, we're good for like at least another year and a half. And we'll take it from there. And you do have to wonder, like, how does that to me indicates that they are doing things behind the scenes from a production standpoint, right? Of these consoles, of these boxes that I guess, naturally you would assume with Sony being involved in the hardware, the console hardware business as long as they have, they've probably seen it all, man. So I don't know that this is necessarily new for them. There's more he says too. He talks about the AMD Amethyst partnership is now with Sony R&D, which is a huge tax write-off. So basically, it sounds like he's diving into the weeds of like all these different areas where Sony can basically cut costs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I will say, man, like even without knowing all the ins and outs of like every single area where like Sony prepared here, they prepared there. The big thing that I always try to bring it back down to is the bigger picture understanding, right? Because I love diving into the weeds and, you know, getting into the nitty gritty of it. But I think too many people lose the bigger picture. And I try to remind them, you know, that the bigger picture here is what should be understood by everybody who's partaking in these conversations or listening to these conversations, right? Or has any remote interest in what's going on, is that at one point over the course of this generation, we were asking an important question. And that question was driven by Sony embracing PC, Sony launching Helldivers on Xbox, Sony launching a Horizon Lego game on Switch, Sony seemingly trying to expand outside of the console space. That question was driven by leaked iconography of PS5 and PC cross-buy and stuff like that, Sony integrating trophy support into their PC games, where that question is Sony planning to pivot away from their main business? And their main business is selling console hardware. Everything they do, like, sure, we could say it's the PlayStation Store. It is. It's the live service games and the microtransactions. It's their first-party games and selling tens of millions of copies. Yes, it's all these things. It's PlayStation Plus. It's all of these things. But all of these things only occur through the console and nowhere else. And so we were asking this question because it was starting to look like Sony was preparing to expand well beyond that, where we want to be able to make money through the PlayStation Store outside of the console. We want to expand PlayStation Plus beyond the console. We want to start doing all these things and like basically bringing these. We want to expand our revenue streams beyond the console. But the big risk in doing that, and this is what we've talked about. Oh, did I spell whiskey wrong? Oops. Well, that's embarrassing. Hold on. Damn, I'm sorry, Whiskey Gaming. I don't know if he's here right now. Hopefully he's not, so he doesn't see it. There we go. Thank you for letting me know, though. Thank you for keeping me on my toes, Mrs. MBG. Oops. But Sleepy Dad with a $2 chat says, "Make Rich a mod, and I will gift a membership." You'll get, so definitely not Rich Rod. We'll gift a membership. Rich Rod, it's clearly you. Like, were you actually banned or something, bro? Like, why are you not on your name? Because I didn't ban you. So make that clear. A single membership. Is that for a mod? Bro's willing to pay a single membership. I'm not Rich Rod. So you want to pay, so you're not Rich Rod. You want to pay a single membership to make Rich Rod a mod. It's very kind. That's very kind of you. You got to hear the next minute. All right, I'll play one more minute. But I just want to say real quick, because I got distracted again. Just the point that I was trying to make here, getting back to what I was saying, we were beginning to question, because of all the things we were watching Sony do, are they pivoting away? And that's totally understandable. There was no reason not to ask that question. We had every reason to ask that question, and you even saw people assuming, like, yeah, man, this is why look at what Sony's doing. They don't believe in the console market anymore. They see that it's going to decline. It's not going to be their bread and butter anymore, so they're preparing for that. But that's what's interesting, is that if you look at where we are now, it's like, well, actually they're backing away from all of that. They're not doing PC ports for their single-player games anymore. They're going to prioritize exclusivity for these games on their console. They're seemingly not bringing any more games, as far as I'm aware, to Xbox. They haven't announced anything. They're going to prevent Helix from having access to, future single-player games. They just seem to have gotten really quiet. And that tells me that somebody inside of Sony, like, kind of woke up and realized, like, you do understand that if you are going to get more aggressive in pivoting away from the console business model, you have to be prepared for things to go horribly, horribly, horribly wrong. Because there is no guarantee that you're going to continue to sell nearly as many consoles as you once did once you pivot further away from it. There's also no guarantee that whatever direction you're choosing to go in, whether that's PC or Xbox or Switch or whatever, having your own launcher doesn't matter. You don't know that that's going to work anywhere near as well as what you are currently doing with your box, right? And that's what Sony is seemingly walking back to. That's why they're taking steps back, because I think they finally realized that there is no guarantee. There is no guarantee. Like, you can do it to experiment and test the waters and see, but you got to be real careful. And the moment you realize, like, this isn't going to work, you better run. Like, you better pack up and go, bro, because you're approaching the launch of the PlayStation 6. Like, it's coming, and you know this. And if the business model can't change, and this is the bigger picture that I'm trying to bring into focus here. If the business model can't be forcibly changed, then the next best thing is you have to double, triple, quadruple down on what has worked for you. That's what Sony's doing. That's what they literally need to do. And that's why when people talk about the price of the console, understand Sony is not sitting here telling you you can play PlayStation anywhere. Everything's a PlayStation. I know Microsoft walked away from that marketing, but you get what I'm saying? Like, they're not trying to do PlayStation Play anywhere. They're not doing all of these things to signal that you don't need to buy a PlayStation 6. Instead, they're going to do the opposite. They're going to tell you you need a PlayStation 6. Every piece of marketing they do for the PlayStation 6 will be about that. As long as you understand that, then you should also understand that this is why Sony will not charge $800 for the PlayStation 6. If the PlayStation 6 was something that they were ready to start, it's not, we're expecting it not to sell well, and that's okay because we planted our flag here, here, and here. So we have these other outposts, so to speak, where we're going to make up that lost revenue. That's not what Sony did. They maybe tried to do that by expanding, but it didn't work for them the way that they maybe thought it would. So it comes back down to the same thing it always has, where it's like, all right, what's your moneymaker? Your moneymaker is the PlayStation Store. Your moneymaker are the live service games and the microtransactions through the PlayStation Store. Your moneymaker is the services, your first-party games and the third-party games. That's how you make your money, Sony. And again, what is in front of all that? What is in front of all that? The console. The box. Let me ask you this question. If you take that away, take the box away, what happens? Seriously, what happens? In my opinion, it's clear what happens. Sony has to be everywhere. And if Sony's everywhere, they're competing with everybody else now. People would love to see that, but this is why I'm saying, like, if Sony can't sell the box anymore, they lose a lot of control. A lot of people want to see that because they believe that'll be a good thing, and it could produce some good results, certainly. But, people I think also need to keep in mind that Sony is also at risk of losing complete control if you make really heinous, insane business decisions that no one is okay with. So they're walking this line. And, for people like me and many others out there who enjoy the console experience and we don't have a problem with it, just understand that the priority is we need to sell this box. That priority hasn't changed. Regardless of what anybody tells you, people can tell you it will fail. People can tell you Sony's making a mistake. But don't let anybody tell you that that's not the priority. That is 110% the utmost priority for Sony. So it makes complete sense that Sony would go above and beyond and do anything that they need to do to make sure that the PlayStation 6 is a mass market device that comes in at a competitive price point, if not competitive, a more affordable price point to get it in people's homes. Whether that means, the partnership with Project Amethyst being a write-off or being more involved directly with, the building of the chips and the manufacturing and the whole process of it. Because again, if you're Sony and this is how we make our money, why wouldn't you have already invested heavily into all of these areas to ensure that we can continue to sell our boxes? We have Mateto here. He says, hey, MBG, what's your opinion on the fact that someone jailbroke the PS5 and installed Linux and turned it into a Steam machine? I saw that. If I'm not mistaken, that guy who did that, he's a known bounty hunter for Sony, right? Where like he, Sony will pay these hackers and stuff to find exploits, and they'll pay them a lot of money, like a lot, to basically hand it over and tell them how to fix it and show them how to fix it. And Sony will pay an exorbitant amount of money to do that. I'm pretty sure the person who did that is known to do that type of stuff. So I'm assuming this, I don't know if this is something that a lot of people can do right now, but I think it's interesting. It just goes to show that, like, yeah, man, if Sony loses their grip on this, that's what they lose. That's what they lose. Like, imagine if the PlayStation 5 was just open like that. Imagine the damage that would do to the PlayStation Store, to Sony's bottom line in gaming. It would devastate them. And, this is where at the end of the day, man, like, if Sony can't sell consoles anymore, then they will have no choice but to do what Microsoft is doing. If Sony produces the PlayStation 6 and it fails, or maybe something like the PlayStation 7, and it just is god-awful, it's over, then Sony will have no choice but to go in this direction. And that's why I try to like tell people like there's no indication from Sony's perspective that it's over. And I try to warn people like don't call it too early. Don't call it too early. I know there's people who want to see the console model go away. They want to see Nintendo be the only one left doing their weirdo stuff with Switch 2, right? But I'm like, dude, Sony is in a very strong and dominant position in the console space right now. And they have been for a long time. And I understand that with the next generation looming and so much uncertainty around the PlayStation 6, people are going to make assumptions. Naturally, I'm making assumptions. We're all making assumptions that I think this might be it. But it's like, don't count them out until they're actually out. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be shocked if the PlayStation 6 is just as successful. Like, I can't wait, dude. Like, I cannot wait for next year. And when Sony, you know, they come out and they're like, join us for the first PlayStation showcase in years. And it's all about the PlayStation 6. They're going to reveal the PlayStation 6. They're going to reveal their exclusives to the PlayStation 6. They're going to do the whole thing. I can't wait to see. And they reveal it's going to be $600 or something like that. I can't wait to see how quickly people are going to change their tune. Because you're going to see it. And it's going to be a good time, bro. Like, nobody's saying Sony will not sell consoles. I don't know what you're seeing, bro, but I'm seeing a lot of that. Maybe we're looking in different places, but maybe the better way to put it is people are making it sound like Sony's going to be isolated on like an island or something. And it's like, sure, but there's going to be tens of millions of people, over 100 million people or more, you know, like in this ecosystem. And I don't know, like, it could be that Sony is just in this process of fighting off an inevitable future. But even if that's the case, like, if you're in Sony's position, like, do you just say, okay, well, we may as well embrace it now? Or what if we get another 10 years? What if we get another 15 years? What if we get another 2 decades before we have no choice? That's why I tell people, like, that's why it seemed kind of stupid what Sony was doing. From a business-oriented standpoint, where it's like, I don't know, man, like, do you really got to put a game on Xbox? Like, do you really got to put a game on Switch? Do you really have to go this hard with PC? And to be fair, like, it didn't seemingly do any significant damage, but it's just like you're sending a message. Like, that's the important thing that I've tried to highlight. We're like, listen, man, I don't care so much about that message because that message isn't for me. That message is for somebody else. But be careful because that message you're sending somebody else is going to, you know, they're going to pass it on to the next person and the next person and the next person. And before you know it, this is why for the last like 3 years, you've had people very much talking about how it seems like Sony is getting ready to do what Microsoft is doing. And I'm like, that would be insane. It's like, yeah, if they want to destroy their business model overnight, they could do that, which would be fine. But it's like, why would they do that? And that's where it's like, oh, wait, no, people think that because of what they're doing, because Sony is copying Microsoft in some ways. Like, they are making these decisions where it's like, Sony, you know, Microsoft is doing this stuff because they didn't have a choice, right? Like, you have a choice right now. And that's what's funny about it is it's like, from the business-oriented standpoint, people look at what PlayStation is doing, and they seemingly do have a level of understanding that you kind of have to do this because the alternative is going to bring you down so far to a place that you haven't been maybe ever since you entered the console space. And what that will ultimately mean is the complete transformation of what PlayStation is at a high level. And it could be good. I'm not saying it could be bad, but it's just you can understand why most people involved with this, people obviously on the executive level, but also people who are just, this is what they know. They know PlayStation. That's what they've been playing, right? You can understand where they're like, well, does that have to happen? And it's like, well, let's find out. Probably not, boss. Are you serious? Okay. All right. Notice me, father. I've noticed you, boss. I got you, bro. All right. Well, I guess I'm just gonna give him some treats now. You know, I'm hopeful that we'll still get some memberships today. But he's getting kind of crazy. He's getting kind of crazy. All right, let me You're saying honestly PlayStation will see how much the Steam machine is and undercut them? Did Sony confirm yet for no more PC games? No, I don't think, well, I don't know if they're going to formally announce this. The best you could hope for is in May, Sony's going to do their annual business report, and they have a whole section dedicated to their games and services. And I mean, they really lay everything out. You know, they go over, they don't leave any stone unturned. So if they're going to talk about it in an official capacity, that's likely where you're going to see it. They could pull something by bringing back the only on PlayStation logo, or if they want to do something like that. I don't know if they will, because if they decide to change their mind again, then they're going to have to remove it again, and it just starts to get a little bit weird where it's like, we're putting it back, we're taking it off, we're putting it back, and it kind of will lose its meaning. But no, I don't think Sony's necessarily going to come out and just be like, guys, we're making this announcement. What they will do is probably have to tell shareholders. Yeah, that's why I'm saying when you know, be on the lookout for that business report when it comes out in May, because I don't think they'll be able to not inform shareholders that they're not putting their single player games on PC anymore. That seems like a pretty important thing. And they are still going to put their multiplayer games, of course, which would be nuts if they remove that. I'm not, but Potato with a super chat. He says, what I'm seeing is a lot of failed people, like the bald guy who criticized you, the one who dresses like a banana. Oh, you're talking about, oh no, it's Alex, saying that PlayStation is terrified of Steam. They're so disconnected from reality that it amazes me. You mean the bald pregnant guy? Can't forget that. Yeah, I mean, so when it comes to like that group of people who have a real, there's this notion that, like you said, PlayStation is terrified of Steam or something along those lines. I don't know if PlayStation's terrified of Steam. They probably are to a small degree, though. Like, what I mean by this is Steam, if they had to compete directly against Steam, Sony would have to change a few things, certainly, about how they conduct their business through the PlayStation Store. And I wouldn't be opposed to that. That's why I'm like, I'm not opposed to this idea of like PlayStation and Steam trying to kind of be competitors, but I don't know that that's going to happen because they just both seem to be in their own lanes. That's why we're even having this conversation about like, is Helix even a competitor? Because when we talk about Steam getting Helix or Helix getting Steam, I guess it could be the other way around. And we talk about Helix being more of a PC, the question of like, wait, are these things actually competing? Are these things actually competing or not? And I don't know. It just seems like as long as there are tens of millions of people, and that's the thing, like the popular thing, it's not popular, but the common thing to do is like if you like console gaming and that's your preferred way to enjoy games, like you're stupid or you're you're a fool or whatever. And it's just like, I mean, sure, I guess you can have that view and that opinion, and that kind of leans into the more, how I'm a savvy, gamer and all this. It's like I'm anti-corpo, and it's like, sure, I would love to know what other products you have in your home and that you support, that I promise you're going to find out you're not nearly as anti-corpo as you make yourself sound. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe for a lot of these people, it's like, no, I am completely anti-corpo. Like I don't support any corporations that are shitty and do shitty business practices. I'd find that hard to believe, but that's where it's just like 99% of people, I would say, have a limit. You know what I'm saying? And it's within these corporations' best interest to not find out where that limit is. And that's the big thing that I continue to push back against when it comes to Sony, where it's like, Sony, be careful, because there is a limit. A lot of people you're not going to lose a lot of people by just making a couple of changes here, a couple of adjustments here, maybe ask for a little bit more money there. Okay. There's a tolerance threshold there, right? But there's this kind of anxiety and this worry and this notion that, oh no, they're going to push the limit because they're shitty. And it's like, well, yeah, all publicly traded companies, if you let them take it all the way, they will. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile, they'll take multiple miles. So there has to be some level of like give and take here. But that's why I try to like push back against that just a little bit, not to defend Sony, because Sony doesn't need defending. Like, who cares? Like Sony, I'm not worried about how much money Sony's making. It all comes back down to the simplicity of what I care about is my console not turning into whatever the fuck Helix is turning into. That's what I care about. The console I play on. That's what I care about. And that's where that part, it gets down to the fundamental nature of like, why are you at odds with these people or certain groups of people? And it's because they want me to be a PC gamer. They want you to be a PC gamer. They want everybody to be a PC gamer because they're like, PC gaming is so much better. And it's like, yes, you can talk about how much better PC gaming is. You could talk about how amazing it is. And I encounter all the time. And it's like, that's not going to change the fact that I have a preference. There are absolutely other things outside of gaming that I'm sure I'm choosing what would be considered the lesser product, but I still prefer it for one reason or another. And that's the thing, man. Like, here's what I don't understand. When people have these conversations, they make it seem like people who are engaged with console gaming, whether it be for PlayStation or Switch or even still Xbox, they make it seem like these are like, it's a very, very small niche group of people. And it's like, it's not at all. Like, it's really not. And what does that tell you? It tells you that there is a level of demand for what this is. Now, I'm not saying it's growing. I'm not saying it's taking over. I don't think it will. I'm saying it carved out a very large space for itself, and there's a lot of people who want to partake in it. And so I happen to be one of those people, and that's why I always continue to come back to the same point, which is it's like, so you don't want more options? No, I don't. And it's like, oh, you're an idiot, you're stupid. It's like, no, I'm just being real, man. Like, if Sony gets to a point where what you're offering sounds so bad and awful that, yeah, now I want more options, guess what? You know what I do? I go away. I go to PC. I go somewhere else where those options exist. I don't need Sony to come to me and be like, here's all these other options. because those options already exist for me. Literally, I have a PC that I can game on. And it comes down to the fundamental conflict of like, they're just people that don't want to accept that people like me exist who just like to play on console. And they can't, that bothers them. Where it's like, well, all we're going to do now is laugh at you and make fun of you. And it's like, you could be just gaming on PC, or you could do that. Right? Or it's like, we're going to talk about how this is so inferior. And it's like, that's fine. Sure, you can do that. You will do that. But it's like, at what point does it kind of like come across where it's like, no matter how inferior you want to say it is, like, it exists and people like it. And it just starts to turn into one of these things where it's like, again, it feels like the person shouting at a group of people that are just trying to enjoy their thing and doing their own thing, you know? And that's where it starts to get a little bit obnoxious at times. But, you know, to be clear, though, there are console fanboys who do that same thing where they get extremely obnoxious about it. I'm not going to sit here and ignore that and pretend that doesn't exist. It does. And that's annoying, too. Where it's like, you think you're going to convince a PC player that console's better. Why would anybody think that? Ever. For any reason. That's never going to happen. What you should do is just talk to other console players about what you like about it, and, you know, focus on that and why you play on console. So I want to make it clear that even though I deal with a lot of flack from specifically, there's basically like two types of people: PC players and Xbox players who are now being converted into PC players. It's like, guys, I'm not telling you your thing is bad. I'm not telling you you can't feel enthusiastic and love your thing. I'm just telling you I don't care about your thing. And you can't make me care. That's all I'm saying, you know? And that's a problem for some of them. That's a problem. And it's like, well, that's not my fucking problem, you know? Sorry, you know? I guess Nintendo. Actually, no, I don't hear anything from Nintendo players ever. Literally ever. I'm not sure. I don't know why, but it was probably for the best. But no, at the end of the day, man, I don't think it's like that serious. You know, I think people, they bust my balls, they laugh at me, they make fun of me, and I get it. You know, I don't take it personal. I see people console warring. I see PC players going at console players and stuff. And I think at the end of the day, it's just, you always just have to take a step back and ask yourself, like, how real is any of this? And in reality, it's like, bro, everybody at the end of the day is doing the same thing. That's the important thing to understand. Once you see it through that lens, you can't unsee it. Where it's like, you do realize that every person you see typing some kind of, oh, I got something to say, I'm going to let you know. Every person you see ranting, myself included. Every person you see laughing and joking or being dead serious, and it's like, what I'm saying is super serious. At the end of the day, they all do the exact same thing. And you know what that is? Do you want to know what that thing is that they do? They all sit down and they start playing games. Well, I would assume. I mean, maybe there's like that 1% of people that actually get very aggressive in this space and don't play games, which would be very weird. That's a whole nother level of strangeness that I'm not even going to acknowledge. But that's the funny part about it, is it's like people are going to get angry and they're going to get upset, or people are going to get serious and they're going to get emotional, which I do sometimes, and people are going to get crazy with it and party about it and have a good time and get wild. But it's like, at the end of the day, you're all just sitting down and playing games. And that's the beauty of it, right? And so it's like, well, that's the point. We all have to band together and make sure these corporations don't screw us into oblivion. Like, bro, I don't think you want my opinion on this, because I'll be the first one to tell you, like, if that's what your biggest concern is, I don't think you're paying attention to what's going on in the world. I'm not gonna take it there. I'm gonna try not to take it there. But it's like, let's just kind of get some perspective here and realize that at the end of the day, we all probably should just take a deep breath, boot up whatever game is going to bring us the most amount of joy and satisfaction, try to laugh a little bit, smile a little bit, you know, and enjoy yourself while you can. That's all I'm saying. But, you know, that's the thing. It's just because we all do the same thing at the end of the day doesn't mean we don't want to congregate in spaces like this and, you know, dive into the weeds a little bit. Jake, thank you for that, man. But yeah, like, and I do want to say this really quick, because I think I just went on that big diatribe from that last super chat. Potato, I mean, yeah, man. Look, I've talked to. Oh no, it's Alex. Like, he seems like a pretty alright dude to me. You know, it's like when I was talking to him, he was fine to me. You know, he was treating me like it. He said something to me that I was like, oh, okay. And it just changed my perspective on what he does. And he was like, he just views it as like, it's like WWE. You know, like it's not actually real. It's just kind of for show. And I'm like, oh, well, that makes sense, actually. You know, and I guess that's kind of the funny thing is when you look around, sometimes you just don't know, like how, like what is like dead serious and real versus like what is actually this isn't real. Like that's the whole trick. You know, that's the point. It's real to me, brother. Nah, but I mean, look, man, I'm just at the end of the day, I'm so fixated on what is going to happen in the console space only because that's how I prefer to play games. And you know what it reminds me of? Physical games. It's like how people always want to tell me that like physical games are going away. Physical games, it's like you just embrace digital. And it's like, I don't want to. You know? Like, I understand that the stats don't look good. I understand that more and more people are embracing digital. But it's like, nah, man, like I like physical games. I like them. Like it's not just something where it's like, I just decided today I don't like them anymore. Or it turns out this whole time I just thought I liked them, but I didn't. Like, no, I like physical video games. To me, that's part of the whole experience. And I don't fault, like I'm not looking down upon people that are like, well, I'm digital only. Like I get that. For most other things in my life, I'm digital only. Like I don't look down upon it. I just wish that it could be seen more as like, I wish there could be a greater understanding of like, why do people still like physical games? And it seems like more and more people are lacking that understanding. And that's how I feel kind of in the console space to a degree. It's not exactly the same. The parallels aren't identical, but it's like people are, you know, there are groups of people who try to make it seem like the console space, I don't want to say that it's like going away, but like it should go away, or it just needs to, everything would be better without it. And I'm like, dude, like there are a lot of people who really like console. You know, call them fanboys. I'm a fanboy, whatever. I'm not really viewing it from that angle. I'm just saying, like, for people like me, it's like I grew up playing on console, and console has always been awesome. Like, it's always been a good experience. And I've played PC games too. I've done PC gaming, and I've never hated PC gaming. I just liked console gaming better. Like, that's literally all it is. I just liked it better. And I just wish that there could be a greater understanding in the wider space that is gaming discourse, that like both of these things they are, and they can absolutely continue to just coexist. It's totally fine. But that just isn't really how most of these conversations go for some reason. Kaz Jam, you're saying the Helix will play Bloodborne better than PS6. You know what? Scratch everything I just said. That is if you can actually boot up. Wait, no, how? Wait, how? There's no Bloodborne PC version. That would be crazy, though. Dude, I don't even want to talk about Bloodborne. I don't want to talk about Bloodborne. Don't. He's trying to stir the pot. I don't want to talk about Bloodborne. It's bringing me back to Blue Point, and I don't want to crash out again. There is a PC port? No, emulation. If you're allowed, if you can end up doing everything that you could do on a regular PC on Helix, then that would be true. And that would be funny. That would be so funny, dude. Like, dude, I could see somebody at Sony punching air over that, where it's like, what are you doing? Sony, you better get on that PS6 port of Bloodborne, bro, because that's gonna look spooky. That's gonna be a spooky outcome. Where it's like, yeah, man, I can't wait to play Bloodborne on my Helix, and it's gonna run at 60 FPS. That's pretty good. That's a good gotcha. I won't lie. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. So obviously, Sony is trying to preserve their relationship. Sorry, Sony's trying to preserve their relationship with From Software, and that makes perfect sense. But I don't know, man. Like, if From Software is like, we don't want you to do anything with Bloodborne ever. If you're Sony, it's like, what the fuck you mean? Like, what do you mean? But I don't know. I don't know. Like, I think Sony's willing to wait a long time. I think Sony is willing to wait a long time, but I think Sony will have their limit where it's like, if From Software just refuses to do anything with them with Bloodborne, I think Sony will take it into their own hands. And I'm not saying that would be I'll put it to you this way. If Sony says, we're not waiting for From Software to remaster Bloodborne, we're just going to do it, I don't think people would be upset. I think people would actually be a little bit upset at From Software. Like, bro, why can't you just let them remaster it? Like, what's wrong with a remaster? I'm not talking about a remake. I'm saying a remaster. That would be a little bit crazy to get upset over, you know? Doing a remake, I could understand that, but MBG Xbox Project Helix is a PC, says Digital Foundry. It is the end of a fully focused console environment for Xbox. Yeah, and that's what I mean, man. Like, I don't want. It's like, if the day comes where consoles are done, Sony's not making anymore, and the only option to game is on PC, that's fine. Like, if that's literally, it's either that or you don't game, okay. Yeah, then there is no choice. But as long as the choice exists, I want to, again, it's similar to physical games where it's like, call me a dinosaur, call me stuck in the mud, I don't care. But it's like, if the choice is there, I'm going to support that choice because that's my preference. And I'm going to push for it. Like, I want to keep it as relevant as I can for as long as I can, because I don't know about you guys, but when I look at what the future of gaming is, it doesn't look the best. You know, like, it does start to kind of come off as like, man, what are the chances that I'm going to fall further and further away from gaming as the decades go on? At the rate things are going, it's like 50-50 chance, man. And that's why I'm willing to try to hang on to the things that I still do care about, where it's like, yeah, I care about the console experience, you know, hooking the new hardware up to the 4K TV, sitting in the recliner, you know, putting on the next big game I want to play, Resident Evil 9, having the controller in hand, you know, buying the physical copy of the game, putting it on my shelf. Like, yeah, I'm going to fight to try to preserve that for as long as I can, because if you take all those things away from me, I'll still game, but it's not going to feel the same to me. I'm going to miss that. I'm going to be like, damn, I miss those days. And maybe that is in my future where it's like I'm a 55-year-old gamer and it's like, remember when you used to buy physical games? You know, remember when the console was a thing? And that's probably, I don't say probably, but that may be what it's like. But, you know, again, until that's the only option, I'm going to keep supporting I don't say the alternative, but the other option for now. How often do people even game? I play from time to time, even now when I've been at home for 2 weeks. I've only played 2 hours max in total. There's not time or energy to do that at 43. I will say, like, one of the things that's changed for me recently, gaming wise, is I went from playing a lot of multiplayer games and dumping, hundreds of hours into certain live service games. And then very recently, I just kind of stopped. Like, I just stopped playing multiplayer and I've only been playing single player. And I've noticed I have been gaming less overall because I think that's just the nature of it. Like, there's a difference between playing a single player game and then when you're done that single player game, going back to a live service game and then playing that till the next single player game. Lately, it's just been single player game, finish, move on to the next single player, finish. Maybe there's a little bit of a gap in between waiting for the next single player or, spending time like looking at your backlog and seeing, what am I going to play next? So I will say, like, for me, I don't know if that's a temporary thing or if that's a permanent thing where it's like, yeah, now you're just not a multiplayer gamer. I don't think that's the case. I've been playing multiplayer games almost my whole life. So it would be kind of weird if I just suddenly stopped. But I'm not fighting it. I'm not trying to force myself. It's like I looked at Marathon. I'm like, I'm good. I thought about going back to like Dead by Daylight. And I'm like, I got my fill. I'm good. Like, will I play Modern Warfare 4 when it comes out? Maybe. I don't know. I skipped Call of Duty Black Ops 7 because I'm like, that looks just bad. I'm good, bro. I played a little bit of Battlefield 6, but I stopped playing it after like 30 hours or 35 hours. And I'm like, well, the last multiplayer game I played was Metal Gear Solid Delta. And I put over 100 hours into that. But then I'm like, I'm good. I don't. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm like reaching this point where it's like, I don't know if there just aren't multiplayer games that speak to me right now, or if it's actually you're kind of done with multiplayer games. My assumption is I'm not done. My assumption is I'm just not seeing anything that's speaking to me. And later this year, like, for example, when I think about GTA Online 2, I will play that. But the question is, like, am I really going to play it? Like, am I going to approach GTA Online 2 like this is my go-to game now? It might be. It might be. So I still feel like there's definitely going to be stuff down the line multiplayer-wise. But just speaking to, like, how much time you spend playing, yeah, life has gotten a little bit busier lately. And that's definitely made it a lot easier to ignore wanting to play multiplayer games. Because, again, man, this is coming from somebody who I've dumped thousands of hours into multiplayer games and live service games. And I will say, like, one of the things I never liked about it is it never ends. If you have a completionist mentality like myself, it can be kind of torturous where it's like you're stuck on that treadmill or that hamster wheel. Kyle Say Stuff with a £5 super chat saying completely addicted or addicted on Resident Evil 9 these days.
You'll love it.
Oh, hold on. Check out that next minute, MBG. Oh, yeah, my bad, Moonshot. Yeah, I said I would do that. All right, we'll do that next. Kyle Say Stuff says completely addicting on Resident Evil 9 these days. Probably the best game of the year so far. The graphics on the PS5 Pro are amazing with PSSR2. Capcom never missed. Not even never misses. They just never missed, ever. Yeah, I did a review discussion for Resident Evil yesterday, and I agree. I just got the platinum this morning, by the way. I decided to try to complete it last night, but I got stuck at a certain area. I was trying to do my Insanity playthrough, and I was in the final section playing as Grace, and I was getting infuriated. So I basically was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not platinuming this game. I'm done, because I just got that upset because I was really struggling. Wait, what's your offer, Sleepy Dad? I missed it again. What's your offer? But I this morning I did what had to be done to finish that Insanity playthrough, and I got the platinum, and that's platinum number 57. So I agree. Amazing game. So far, my game of the year. So far. Membership for Rich Mod. You think I could be bought so easily for Rich Rod? I don't know, maybe. See, the thing is, the only thing about making Rich Rod a mod is I just don't want it to turn to a bad situation. You know? Like, Rich Rod comes off to me as somebody that will be a loose cannon as a mod. And I need my mods to be like Whiskey Gaming and Ray, you know, and Lady Gamer and people who are more tempered and understand that like and Devil Shooter, right? Like if somebody comes in and says, I love Xbox, you know what? Maybe I should just say, forget it. Maybe I will give a new executive as soon as Titus comes in. Of course, he comes in at this part. Maybe I should give out a new executive order where it's like, anybody who says they like Xbox or PC, out. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't do that. But I'm afraid that if I were to make Rich Rod a mod, that's what he would do. And it's going to cause problems. Now, am I wrong? He will be a stern but righteous mod. I don't know, man. I don't know. Soros, another. All right, here's a good test. Here's a good test. If Rich Rod was a mod, what would he do with this chat? Somebody says, Soros, another incoming big budget flop. Game didn't even break 1 million sales, and it's not in a subscription. What does Rich Mod do with that message? And Kyle says stuff. And I'm going to play the next minute of that video. But Kyle says stuff. You're saying, what's that one update / feature you wish PS5 would have? I don't know at this point, to be honest. Maybe further customization of the UI. Like I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. I guess PSSR 2, right? That's what's coming next. It's a good question. I haven't really been thinking along those lines. He will tell them they are wrong and give them a warning to not spam the chat with disrespectful commentary, but not an immediate ban. In other words, you want to come in this PlayStation chat talking about how Soros is going to flop? Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I get like that. Like, I get it. You snowflakes and your bans. Hey, whoa. We ain't snowflakes. We're the opposite of snowflakes. I don't know what that is. What's the opposite of a snowflake? We're thick. Understand, son. Understand. I took that personally. What you just said about Soros. Anyway. Ponies are all snowflakes. Here we go. See, this is why this is a good test. This is a good test. Rich. Person who's not Rich Rod. What does Rich Rod do if he's a mod with the person who just said ponies are all snowflakes? What do we do? He would ban him? Well, that's what Lady Gamer said. Lady Gamer said he would ban him. Ayuka Boss, YT with a $5 chat says, I honestly hope PS6 has quick resume like Xbox. That's all they need, to be honest. Yeah, that is one feature that PlayStation probably could implement. That was like one of the probably like the only standout feature of the series consoles, but that was a good one. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a derogatory term. 60-second timeout if it happens 5 times. Wow, he's got it written down. 5 times. I see use the term 5 times, bro. That's my limit. All right, wait. All right. Another follow-up question. How many times can we use the term Xbot? Also a derogatory term. Fred says, MBG, me and Rich Rod get their IP address and go pay a visit. Oh, man. I mean, yeah. I feel like that might be what happens. Xbot 125 times. You see what I mean? Infinite. So, in other words, we got to be more PlayStation fanboy oriented. I don't know, man. Bro, making Rich Rod a mod would impact you financially. You might be right. But still, it's not like threat levels, immediate bans or anything. Xbot is not derogatory. See, I feel like that's how Rich feels, you know? Like it's in his heart. Like, yo, don't be going around calling us ponies. You understand? We don't do that here. Meanwhile, it's like, anyway, these goddamn Xbots, you know, it's like, it feels lopsided. But I don't know. See, sometimes I think this is the nature of my channel, where it's like, MBG, where do you stand, bro? Is this like PlayStation Nation? We are ponies. We are. We embrace it. And we fight for it. You know, we fight for the PlayStation greatness. Is that where you stand, or are you in the middle? Are you sitting on the fence? I don't know. I'll tell you what, man. It feels like people push me into a corner. They push me to a side, no matter what I say or do. MBG would take his wrench within the first week. Meanwhile, I'm keeping Moonshot. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. He just wants me to play that next minute from that stream. We'll give him a chance at least. See, now I feel like there's too much pressure. Now I feel like there's too much pressure where he's going to be like, he's going to overthink everything now. We have a Vlund with a $5 super chat saying, if the numbers are true, they should just put it on PC, maybe, and 100% on Switch. Don't put it on Xbox, or else they will be able to call Astro a true bot. I don't think they're going to put Astrobot anywhere. Yeah, I think Astrobot's staying on PlayStation. Only PlayStation. I don't think you have to worry about that. Calling us Xbots says something about our loyalty to the brand. It's a label of respect. Now you're gaslighting me on another level. And Aoka Boss says, I like Xbox and PlayStation. I believe next generation will be good for both. And next Xbox can be the best entry to PC gaming, and the PS6 will just sell. I like that. See, that's a very harmonious chat. I like that. I like the sound of that, where they can both, you know, have their own spot. They're in their own lane. That could be how it plays out. That's you're the second person today to talk about the idea of Helix being more of a device to appeal to PC gamers, where it's like you might want to make this your next PC upgrade. You know, Xbox is wicked. It's pretty intense. We don't take it as an insult. PlayStation is in my blood. Oh man. Ban him. PC is the devil. PC is the devil. That is MBG. It has Steam. If it doesn't, then ouch. Yeah, that's the big one. I think everybody's opinion of this device will completely change if it doesn't have Steam. I think that's true. I think Microsoft needs to really get ahead of that. If it's not going to have Steam, I think they really need to let people know. Or, you know, I guess maybe it's in their favor to not let them know till as late as possible, you know, to get people interested. But I don't know. You just finished Nightmare on Legends. Nice, man. Give Rich Rod a chance. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's worth it. You know, the big thing too, though, is like, I don't even know that I need another mod. That's like the big thing. I don't know that I need another mod. We have enough mods, I think. Interesting, Titus. A 1 month trial. 1 month trial with Rich Rod as mod. 1 month. I'm scared, man. I'm scared. And Corey, the legend Landiga. How does Dark Cloud get a membership, bro? How is Dark Cloud the first guy to receive a membership? This guy's over here talking about ponies. Come on. Like, what is YouTube trying to tell me right now? Sorry. Corey, what's up, man? Corey comes in. He drops 5 membership gifts.
Never was.
He rips open the 5-pack.
Never will be.
Man, Corey, feels like it's been a long time. I know it hasn't been that long, but it's good to see you again, man. Thank you for the member gifts, bro. I will add that to the counter. So we're at 6. We'll see. Maybe get a member train going. I don't know. Perhaps. Rich is going crazy. I mean, not Rich. Definitely not Rich in the chat going crazy. One of the emails was talking about a PS5 version of Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, what is going on with that? Hold on. Let me play the next minute of this. I got to do this for Moonshot. I told him I would.
Architecture, haven't they?
Yep. Absolutely. And then
Saving all that copper.
Oh, for sure. And moving back away from the liquid metal cooling system into a non-liquid state has a big impact on that. And being able to get better functionality, the power saving mode that they're working on, that has a direct and massive impact on the cooling functionality requirements. So they're thinking outside the box on a few things, and it's not Sony. Sony does what Sony does. Is they're not the pioneer on a lot of stuff. They will take it and perfect it, or they'll take it as close to perfection as they can. Somebody else's idea. That's their business model. Let's not joke around here. Sony is not a pioneer. Sony is a perfecter, and it's worked well for them. And people can say, "Oh, they're not the first to do this." Everyone's aware that Sony doesn't do things first. But D was very much on the money when talking about, the RDNA2 pieces and the inputs and all the rest of it. What Sony has as a benefit in that aspect is where they're located. Japan, they have a cash rebate for R&D write-offs. It's not you just reduce your taxable income and carry your losses forward. They actually give money back to the companies for their R&D investment. And it's, depending on what you're doing, it's between 33 and 48%. So if you've got all this investment going through for things that they're not pure, and again, you'll have to correct me if I'm using the incorrect terminology, but the RDNA is a framework, and Sony and AMD are working on something specifically built within that framework, which would qualify for the R&D offsets and paybacks. So where Microsoft doesn't get that benefit because they've got a totally different process in the US,
Huh. Oh, and we have Ray. We got Metal Gear Ray coming in.
But that was some fancy shooting.
He drops
You're
another
pretty good.
5 member gifts for you guys. He opens another 5-pack. He's following up Corey. Thank you, Ray. Thank you so much, man. And that brings us up to 11. So they're trying to get a little bit of a member train going here. Yeah, if you guys want to support the channel, the easiest thing you can do, everybody can do this, hit the like button. Hitting the like button helps the stream. We're at 131 likes. Let's see if we can push to get to 150. It really helps more than you know. But if you want to support directly, you can become a member, membership gifts, super chats, direct donations. We're fully fan funded here. So big shout out to all of you guys who are doing so. And we have Kyle Say Stuff. He says, how much do you think PS6 versus Xbox? Definitely more expensive. I think the price at the end of the day is going to be, I think it's going to be $600 for the PS6, and I'm thinking $1,000 for the Xbox. And I know that sounds crazy to people, but again, if we're viewing it as the Xbox is trying to appeal to PC players who are used to spending, exorbitant amount of money on higher end hardware, $1,000 box for what it offers for some of them might be like, whoa, that's actually great. $600 for the PS6 though. I'm sticking with that. I'm sticking with that, man. John Hipcrit says, after I mentioned the Nintendo $150 toy bricks the other day, a PlayStation Lego set for $160 was leaked now. LOL. Is Sony on their Nintendo Arc? I was hoping we could get through the stream without talking about that, man. Their toy brick. I did see that. That's crazy. Like, look, anybody who wants to buy Legos, whatever, man. I'm not going to judge. Would I buy a $160 PlayStation Lego set? Hell yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I would not buy that. Somebody left a comment on that report being like, buying an actual PlayStation 1 is cheaper. And I'm like, yeah, probably. You won't get it new, but yeah, I guess that's what they're doing, man. They're going to be doing a $160 PS1 Lego set. Does this mean Sony's on the Nintendo Arc? I hope not, man. I hope not. But we'll see, I guess. We'll see. John Hipcrit, thank you for the super chat, man. You still have your PS1? Yeah, I got a PS1 right over here. I got a PS1 right next to me. I'm not kidding. I haven't played it, but it is a PS1. It's got to be a reasonable price, not too expensive, like the PS5 Pro, where a lot of people won't spend the money for it day one. That's what I'm saying. It has to be. Lumni Bricks is better than Lego? I never heard of that, Fred. I've never heard of that in my life. I'm sure it is better, though. All right. Give me 1 second to bring this up. So, I forgot to mention something when we talk about the PlayStation 6 and Project Helix. Going back to our original conversation about the power difference between the two, I played you guys that Digital Foundry clip. And Digital Foundry basically said it's not going to make a big difference.
1 month trial. Didn't he say he works during the day? So he would only be part-time. Couldn't cause too much chaos. He enforces justice.
Oh man, I don't know. don't know. He's putting the pressure on, bro. I feel like I'm being peer pressured. Michael says, don't do it. He won't give up. He won't give up. I don't know. I'll think about it, Rich. Maybe. He won't let me. I mean, maybe he would be a good. Like, all right, come on. We got to consider for a moment, though. What if he is a good mod? What if all Rich Rod really needs to be that kind of, to reach that stabilized level that I've been advocating for is this. He needs a position of responsibility. Maybe that's what he needs. Maybe, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. That's all he needs. Definitely not Rich Rod in the chat. Maybe that is all he needs. What if frogs had wings? I mean, listen, guys, worst case scenario, we got less Xbots to worry about. Not the worst thing. Not the worst thing, right? Kyle say stuff you're saying, didn't check any news. Will the PS6 be able to run PS3 2-in-1? There's rumors. There's rumors that it will be able to do PS3 games. Like Sony's been working on some kind of emulation behind the scenes, but I don't know if it'll be ready for the PS6. PS2-in-1. I mean, if you're talking about like just like actually using like PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 1 discs, nothing like that. Nothing like that. I wouldn't say that. What do you mean less people? No, I don't want less people on my channel. I want more people on my channel. But I'll tell you what, man, the nature of my channel, I do get trolls from time to time. It's normal though. It's normal. I mean, I don't mind getting trolled a little bit. It can be funny. But, And Alex with the $2 chat, you're saying people said the same about the Pro, but Sony did it. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, man. I always try to tell people that Sony's approach with the PS5 Pro, it should be clear that like their goal is to make profit off of the point of sale. Sony understands that the Pro is only going to sell probably 5 million, maybe 10 million if we're really pushing it. And that in the bigger picture is a pretty small amount, compared to the base PS5. And that's because the Pro is not a mass market device. The big thing that I try to continue to emphasize, Alex, is that the PlayStation 6 is going to be a mass market device because it has to be. And that's the biggest difference right there is the PS5 Pro does not have to be a mass market device. It does not have to reach a mass market to be considered a success for Sony. The base PS5 is that. The base PlayStation 6 needs to reach that mass market. So I understand where you're coming from. And this goes back to the conversation of like, how could the PlayStation 6 possibly be cheaper than a PS5 Pro if the PS5 Pro is currently $750? And all I can say to that is because Sony doesn't need to sell the PS5 Pro. Sony doesn't care if a PS5 Pro is in your home. They would like it in your home, but they don't care. What Sony cares is if you don't have a PS5 Pro in your home, it's because you got a base PS5 in your home, right? That's all they care about. That same logic applies to the PlayStation 6. So, if Sony doesn't care about selling PlayStation 6s, they could sell it at $700 or $800. But Ayoka Boss, you're saying right now to make the console is around $600 to $700 for both, unless Sony takes a loss. I don't see it being cheaper than $700. Xbox wants profit. So you're saying you don't see the PlayStation 6 being cheaper than 700? 700 is pushing it. 700, I think if you want the disc drive, I could see that. But that's pushing it, man. I think, and just to be clear, with the PlayStation 6 being $600, you know, I think that's going to be the digital version. So for somebody like me, if I'm going to, assuming I can't use my current disc drive, if I want to upgrade to the PS6, you know, my automatic assumption is, yeah, I'm going to be paying more for the disc drive version, probably $100 more, which is annoying, but...
Do it. 1 month trial. You can unmod him if he goes tired. He will be stern. But only to those who cause trouble. And will be part-time. Wrench him.
Bro, that caught me so, like, do it. Just hearing that through my speaker, just do it. I don't know, guys. What do we think? What do we think? I got to stop asking my chat. I have to make the decision. I don't know. I'm considering it. Like, it really comes down to, like, will Rich be better for, like, because he was modded? Like, again, is that what he needs? I'm thinking about trying it. We could give it a test run. But, you know, I want to make something clear, though, to Rich Rod, if he happens to be listening. If I deem you unfit, good sir, to be a mod, and I must strip your wrench, if I have to take your wrench, you got to promise you ain't going to be upset. You got to promise you're not going to just leave. Because I'm taking a chance. Bro, first thing he's going to do when he gets modded, he's going to nuke the chat. Don't nuke the chat. We went through that. By the way, that was a thing that we used to do. And you want to talk about something that actually, ironically, I had more viewership when I did that. What's up with that? That's a big risk? Perhaps. Perhaps it is. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Rich Rod can be pretty normal. I tried to, Jake, but for some reason when I brought that article up, it kept glitching out on me. Do you think you could tell me what it was saying? He whittled him. He's whittling my chat down. Titus says, it's getting tiresome. F it. Just give him a try. I can't take it anymore. All right, well, the next time I see Rich Rod in the chat, he has to drop 20 member gifts. That'll make him a mod. Come on, Rich. Come on, Rich. No, we could give it. We could give it a try. It's fine. It's fine. I don't think it's that. Like, at the end of the day, it's not that serious. All right. Might as well give everybody mod privileges. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe everybody. Yeah. What if I did that? What if I just? Oh my God! I'll make everybody a mod, and then everybody's banned. Everybody bans everybody. Oh man. I wonder if there's a limit of how many mods you can have. I'm going to lose half of my income. Oh, well, that's the thing, by the way. Like, I mean, my mods, I think, already know this, but you don't delete super chats unless they say something that's just like flat out hate
can't
speech.
See the PS6 under 800.
You know?
Can you explain how you came to 600? Where would Sony make its money? Nickel and diming the player base? Him lurking. Just do it.
Oh, and just like that. Well, oh, wouldn't you know, Rich was there. He just happened to tune in. You ain't getting no mod ship, Rich. I'm just kidding. We'll give it a try. Wall Roarer, you're saying, I can't see the PS6 under 800. Can you explain how you came to 600? Where would Sony make its money? Nickel and diming the player base. I think the idea is the console would. Yeah. I mean, I'm still thinking like kind of older mentality here. You know, where like it'll get cheaper over time, but I don't know, man. Like I feel like they would have no choice but to just essentially calculate what would need to be achieved through the PlayStation Store over X amount of years to make up that cost. I mean, I know that they would have to make it up somewhere, but I just feel like, dude, the reason why I say 600 is because if you go to 800, like it's over. You see what I'm saying? Like it is over. That's the thing. It's over before it begins. Like Sony won't have to worry about how they're going to recoup their costs because no one's going to buy it. So it's like, yeah, you'll make money on every one sold, but this is going to be the worst selling PlayStation in its history. So what does that matter at that point? So Sony's going to have to figure out how to recoup the cost if they want to, make this console relevant. By the way, I can't make Rich Rod a mod if I don't see him in the chat. He says he's lurking. But hold on. Get rid of this here. Okay. John Hipcrate, you're saying I see it at $799. They look good with Xbox being $1,200. I mean, that's true. Like, if Xbox is going to be much more expensive, having your console come in at $100s less,
the PS5 has not
it'll
come
make it
down
look
in
better.
price over time. Rise prices on PSN games going to 80.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of, that's the thing, man. Is it's like, keep in mind, Sony. If you look at what Sony's doing right now, Sony doesn't want to raise the price of the PS5. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be a shitty alternative, I guess, if it's like, yeah, we're going to charge more for games and more for PlayStation Plus and stuff like that. If that's what they do to subsidize it, that's going to be I mean, look, if you're going to, like, for example, if you're going to increase the price of like PlayStation Plus or something, like you got to offer something a lot better. You got to improve it. For right now, people are feeling like premium isn't even worth it, because they're getting like one game a month or something, one classic. It's like, what's going on here, man? Oh man, I'll tell you this though. If Sony comes out with an $800 PlayStation 6, I will be convinced, like, oh, it's over.
Honored to be mod. I'll be fair to all. But if Xbots start chaos in chat, the ban hammer's calibrated and ready. Order must be maintained. Hammer emoji, video game emoji, triumphant face emoji.
See, Rich, you might have to run it by me though. Like, I'm just at this point. Like, I'm about to just make, like, all my mods need to run it by me. Yo, can I ban this guy? Be like, ban him. You're saying, see, this sounds insane. I don't know why I embrace this chaos. My hammer's calibrated and ready. No, he'll be fair. I will make sure. Listen, I'll make a promise. Any of my mods who fail to adhere to their responsibility and their duty will be unmodded and dealt with accordingly. All right. So there you go. Rich, you have an opportunity here. Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. Sounds very 1984. You know what's crazy though is like, bro, people say that stuff, but I'm like, I listen to so many other, I allow so many other people's opinions. Like, I think I let people get away with a lot here. I'm gonna be real. Like, I think it seems like a running joke, like we just ban people, but that's not true. Like, I let people get away with a fucking lot. I think that in most other places, like if you're talking about direct engagement with a chat, like I let people straight up troll me sometimes, dude. I just let it. You know, it's like, sure, whatever, man. Like, it doesn't have to be that serious. So I feel like sometimes people, they make it seem like I'm out here like, you can't say this, you can't say that, you can't do this, you can't do that. But in reality, it's pretty much the opposite. But I do try to let people know. And this is just common sense. I shouldn't have to say this, but it's like, we are a PlayStation focused channel. If I went into an Xbox focused channel in the chat under the name, like, you know, Xbox Dookie or something like that, you know, just being like constantly taking swipes, like I'm not going to, I anticipate I'm not going to last long in that chat, on that channel specifically.
I pledge modship to MBG, fair to all gamers, stern to chaos. Xbox or PC, start trouble in chat in the hammer drops. Order, memes, and balance, hammer emoji, video game emoji.
Wait, Rich, I gotta ask a question though, man. That's just Xbox or PC, start trouble in the chat. Well, hold on. We got one last question. We got one last test for Rich. What about a PlayStation agent of chaos? What then? Oh, thank you. You're saying, to be honest, I like your takes on Xbox. Well, thank you, Alex. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. That means so much. It really does. I know not a lot of people do not like to hear anything I have to say about Xbox, but I don't know. I could get a little bit out of pocket. I do. I'm not going to deny that. But I try my best to be somewhat rational about it, you know? Like, we joke around sometimes where it's like, Xbox sucks. Xbox is dead. You know, like, we joke around, but like when we're actually having conversations, I'm an Xbot, ban me. No, that's what you're allowed to be that. That's not going to get you banned. Now they're just going to be messing with Rich the whole time, bro. That's not going to get you banned. Saying I'm an Xbot, ban me, is not going to get you banned. Oh, never mind. Maybe Devil Shooter took care of it. Thank you. I'm here for your general gaming takes and news, MVG. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, no, I try to be as welcoming with different opinions as I possibly can. I don't want to be in an echo chamber, but I have to be honest, guys. Like, and I know you guys understand this. A lot of you do. There is a difference, and I see this all across the internet in the year 2026. And I do find myself being a little bit bothered by it sometimes. Not tremendously, but it's just something I think about. And it's that, like, I think there is a difference between a person on the internet who is genuinely just trying to be critical of something without trying to ruin without trying to rain on somebody's, I hate that term, rain on their parade, without trying to piss in somebody's Cheerios. Like, that's a better term. I like that term better, though. And so that I just want to make it clear to everybody. Like, be critical. Be thoughtful. You know, we can joke too. Just make it obvious you're joking. But don't piss in somebody else's Cheerios, man. That's all I'm asking people not to do. Don't ruin something for somebody that they're enjoying. And it's like I said before, challenge the argument, not the person. Meanwhile, take the piss. All right. Don't shit on our Happy Meal. I never heard that one before. That's a crazy one. Oh, wait, John Hipcrit. I'm sorry, bro. I missed your super chat. Hold on. Wait, why didn't these super chats show up? Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry, John Hipcrit. I hearted your super chats, and that confused me really badly for some reason. You're saying 100% something is going up, console, games, or subs. Yeah, I mean, I do, if I'm being realistic about it, I am anticipating that going into next gen. And I don't think it will just be Sony. I think it could be Microsoft as well, just because Microsoft was the first one. They tried. They're like, yo, we're doing $80 game. Well, Nintendo was the first one. But Microsoft was like, we're doing $80 games. And then, they realized how detrimental that was to pre-orders of their games. And they're like, never mind, we're not doing that. But I could see both Sony and Microsoft kind of shaking hands a little bit because it benefits both of them pretty much to be like next gen $80 games. And that's going to be rough, that's going to be rough. But again, if I'm being realistic about it, I do think that's probably going to happen. And maybe with the subscriptions as well. I hope not. And then John Hipcrit, you're saying here, you always say it's over, but you paid almost the same amount for PS5 2.0 in the Pro, and this is more powerful. Where else are people going to game? John Hipcrit, if I understand your super chat correctly, you're saying, oh, okay, that was in reference to me saying it's over if they charge $800. Well, see, that's where I'm saying, like, I did say earlier, and I don't know if you were here for this, but I said earlier that I think there is a limit for console players. I think there's this idea that console players will just take anything. You could charge however much you want and they'll just pay it. I don't think that's true. I think there is a limit. Is $800 that limit? In my opinion, yeah, it is. Not for the hardcore. If you count like the initial 10 to 15 million sales, maybe even 20 million, depending on how many hardcore PlayStation players and buyers there are, maybe that's not enough to stop all the sales,
PS6
right?
PS6 Digital 800 PS6 with disk drive 900 Helix 1000. I don't see Helix with a drive though. Prices are going to be through the roof, sadly.
Saying prices are going to be through the roof, sadly. Well, I mean, look, man, I do feel that, and Walwer, this goes for what you just said too, I do think that if Sony charges $800, they'll sell initially. Like, there's always going to be a hardcore group that will be there. Like, gotta know where be the boss. Actually, all right. That's a great question. I just got really confused because Luna's right next to me. I would move my camera to show you, but I can't yet. I can't. I got construction going on in the basement here. Luna's right here. Where is boss? I don't know. He was busting my balls earlier, dude. He was torturing me earlier. Now he's just gone. I'm sure he's not far. It's pretty warm down here now. It's either too warm or too cold. But yeah, I just believe that if they go for $800, simply put, Sony, I think, ruins any chance they have of reaching a mass market. And to me, that's the worst thing that could happen to the PlayStation 6. You know? I really do believe that. Now, granted, they could charge more up front and then lower the price later, but the risk in momentum lost seems like it's just not worth it. But I don't know, man. I mean, like, the only alternative here, and I know I continue to say this, but I need to keep saying it because it is a real possibility. The only alternative here is that Sony changes their perspective on generations, and that basically means that the PS5 is just as relevant as the PlayStation 6 for the majority of this upcoming generation. But the problem in doing that is it just makes the PlayStation 6 seem like a PS5 Pro 2.0. And if you do that, it's like, what's the point? You know, like, you may as well just call it the PS5 Pro 2, not the PlayStation 6. PlayStation 6 insinuates this is a full step change. This is a next generation. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if Sony is willing to forego the mass market, then that would imply they have some kind of big trick up their sleeve. Some major change that they haven't announced yet. And I don't see that happening. John Hipcrit, you're saying even at $800, it'll be the cheapest high-end console. Yeah, but I mean, that is true. I'm not saying that's not true, but it's just, I don't think that's good enough. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it will be good enough for the PlayStation 6 to just be able to say, like, listen, yeah, 800 is a lot, but we're still the cheapest option. And because it's just like, no, the cheapest option is staying on your PS5 and spending $0. And that's why it brings me back down to, I know my title, we're talking about Xbox Helix, we're talking about the power factor, but this is why I'm like, dude, Sony's biggest problem when it comes to the next gen is the PS5. And the fact that, you know, it's gonna take do you know how much heavy lifting it would take to convince tens of millions of PS5 owners that spending $800 on a PS6 is worth it? It's like, oh my God, dude. I don't know. Yo, Titus is very triggered. Titus is like, please, God, no. Don't make MBG talk about it again. Let me see. Mateto says, even though I strongly oppose the criticism of The Last of Us 2 because of all the woke content, it's undeniable the damage part of the toxic gaming community caused to Naughty Dog. Do you think they learned their lesson and will do something different with Intergalactic? My answer to that is no, I don't think they'll do anything different. I think Naughty Dog is very much entrenched in what they believe, which is good, you know, to an extent. Like, have your convictions, of course. I think Naughty Dog, at least those who are in charge of Naughty Dog, and I think this is probably safe to say for most of Sony Studios, they're willing to go down, not with the ship, but just go down before they go out of their way to change anything. You know, when you talk about the damage that's been done, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how real that is. I think we will find out with Intergalactic. Ghost of Yote proved very much to me that the internet can be just a complete illusion. And Intergalactic could prove to be the same, where it's like you would have thought that this game would do poorly and that it would be despised and, you know, well, I guess it would be despised, but, you know, it'll sell poorly. It will be a critical or commercial failure, and it will put Naughty Dog in their place. But something tells me that that might not be what happens. It might be another Ghost of Yotei situation where it's like, yeah, people will make their content on it. People will make their money off of hating it. But then, you know, people who are actually interested in the game and excited for it are going to buy it and support it. Naughty Dog's going to get another win. And I guess really at that point, the only people that truly lose are people who are taking either of it too seriously, either side of it too seriously. So, yeah, my answer to that is I don't think Naughty Dog is going to make any dramatic... Like, I saw somebody today in my video, they left a comment, they're like, Naughty Dog needs to give the ability to customize their character, or this game is DOA. And I'm like, just thinking to myself, like, that would be cool to be able to customize your character, but they're absolutely not. Naughty Dog would never do that. Naughty Dog would laugh at anybody who suggested that, where it's like, are you kidding me? Like, Naughty Dog would rather, at this point in time, piss you off than ever consider doing that, because they're like offended that you even, like, what? You don't like this character? We're going to lean into it even harder. And I don't know. I'm not saying, like, I'm making it sound like Naughty Dog is a troll studio. They're not a troll studio. I'm just saying I don't think they care. I don't think they care. I think they're going to do their own thing. That should be clear by now. When it comes to Intergalactic, I know I feel bad because I had it in my title and I barely talked about it at all. To be fair to Mateo here, it was in my title. So he's not, you know, throwing out a wrench in the spokes here. I'm reserving all judgment when it comes to Intergalactic. I'm not going to judge any aspect of this game until we see more of it. I'm taking the same approach I did with Ghost of Yotei, where with Ghost of Yotei, from the moment we saw the first teaser trailer reveal, people were losing it. And I just maintained the entire time, like, I'm going to just let them show me the game. And if there's something they show me that I don't like, or I think looks bad or concerning, then I'll talk about it. But until that time comes, I'm just going to judge it based off of what they've shown. And also, coming off of something like Ghost of Tsushima, assume that if they're following that template that they already established, I very much enjoyed Ghost of Tsushima, I will probably very much enjoy Ghost of Yotei. And I did. That's not to say I thought Ghost of Yotei was perfect, but I'm going to take that same approach with Naughty Dog. The final thing I'll say, Mateo, is that I'm also giving Naughty Dog, I don't know that benefit of the doubt is the right term to use. It might be, but it's just the fact that this is not The Last of Us Part 3. This is not Uncharted 5. This is not, you know, a sequel. It's a brand new game with a whole new cast of characters, a whole new story, and literally anything can happen in this game. So I'm just going in with that mentality of what happened in The Last of Us Part 2 doesn't really matter. What happened in The Last of Us 1, what happened in the Uncharted, like, nothing Naughty Dog has done previously matters. I don't want to go in with preconceived notions. And I know that maybe seems unfair because it's like, well, you'll only go in with preconceived notions if it's positive. And yeah, maybe that is a little bit true, and maybe that does reveal a little bit of hypocrisy, but it's just in my
Super Chat
nature.
equated to only 71 cent USD, and he had 150 characters to use. This is unfair to the homeland, USA. Action may be needed here.
Yo, Mateo, where are you from, bro? That's very true. That's I didn't even realize that till you said that. I'm like, hey, wait a second. This bro's he's writing whole paragraphs. Yo, I think he's cheating the system. He's cheating the system. Who's cheating the system? Oh, yeah, Jake, I remember that, bro. I remember that. That's ridiculous. I hope that's not true. The Argentina tax. It is Argentine money. That is crazy. Yeah, you speak, you type really good. You speak really good English, bro. I don't know. I don't know, Potato. It does feel, it's so off-putting to me because the red super chats are they're usually reserved for like massive donations. And if this is legitimate, then this guy's dropping bank on my channel. That's why I don't want to assume. If it is legitimate, he's like spending for him like ridiculous amounts of money. And if that's the case, thank you. If not, listen, if not, respectfully, I'm going to ask you to not do that because it's fucking with me and it's not cool. But I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, bro, and assume that this is legit. All right. And Lux Space comes in. Speaking of legit, we have Lux Space. He comes in, he drops 5 member gifts. Rich is already being an enforcer. He's like enforcing. He's like, hey, yo. Rich, I can tell you're a cop. I can absolutely tell you're a cop, bro. That's some funny shit. Lux Space, thank you so much for that, man. You just brought us up to, where are we at? 16 members, guys. Let's keep it going. Let's go. Hype. PlayStation is the best. We all know that. PlayStation is the best. PS6 is going to dominate. PS6 is going to... PS6 is going to revolutionize gaming. You understand? It's going to save the gaming industry. Hallelujah. MBG Soundgarden was the GOAT back in the late 90s. Absolutely. Let me see here. I have a couple of super chats that I need to read. But yeah, I'm just going to wait for Intergalactic before I judge it. I'm going to wait to see it. I just, I want to be optimistic naturally. I want to assume that they're making a good game. How do you know how well my speaking is? Well, I don't know. Well, you're typing very well. So I am making an assumption. But no, I mean, listen, man. Like I said, I can't know. It's like I said, if you are exploiting a system, I'm just going to respectfully ask, please don't do that. If you aren't, I appreciate everything you're doing, man. It puts me in that awkward position where it's like, if this guy really is, if this is legit, this guy is dropping so much money, and I'm just like, yo, it ain't worth nothing, bro. Like, that just feels messed up. All right, let me see here. Where are we at? John Hipcrit, you're saying if it's cheaper than a Pro, wouldn't that make people think it's weaker? I don't see it being less than a Pro price at its launch. Everything is rising. Yeah, I haven't really considered that aspect of it. I mean, it might make people think that, but this is where I think back to when Sony revealed the PS5 Pro, and it was just kind of, I don't say it was a disaster, but it was one of these situations where people were just so unimpressed. They were like, you're showing me a before and after side to side, and it's like, I don't see any difference whatsoever. And I think that, combined with, and it's $700, it like made people lose their mind, where they're like, what kind of joke is this? That's just based off of the reactions I saw and what people were saying in response. But I feel like if Sony, they could have a 1-2 punch, in my opinion. It's like if they do a big showcase for the PlayStation 6, and the whole point of that showcase is we're going to do the opposite of what we did with that PS5 Pro reveal, where it's going to be more similar to the PS5 reveal, where we're going to have like massive amounts of games that are taking advantage of the PlayStation 6, and you're going to see that. Like, it's going to be very clear, right? Like, there's going to be no question about it. But then we also give you a great price, a price cheaper than maybe you were expecting. That could be the 1-2 punch that I think the PlayStation 6 needs. But yeah, I do understand where you're coming from, where it's like, wait, how is this thing cheaper than the Pro? Because most people are not going to think the way we're thinking, where it's like, well, we know that it's cheaper because, well, I mean, you know, Sony's probably selling it for a profit. They know they're only going to sell a couple million of these things. They're not, they got the base PS5 doing the heavy lifting for them. They're not worried about it. Most people are not going to be thinking in those terms. They're just going to be thinking like, wait, the PS6 is more powerful, but cheaper. Is it actually more powerful? And yeah, they could run the risk of like making the PS6 seem less premium in that sense. But I don't know. I asked people on Twitter today, I asked them a question. Excuse me. I said, what game would Sony have to have at the launch of the PlayStation 6 to make you a day one buyer no matter what? And the amount of replies I got of people being like, I don't care, like nothing. It's just got to be affordable. And that right there to me is like, see, that's why I don't, again, I know it's just the internet, could be an illusion, but I feel like it's not. I feel like that's how most people probably feel. Where it's like, yeah, there's a lot of games I would definitely want to see there that would make me be like, I need that. But I feel like, if it's $800, people would be like, I'm good. I'll wait. And that's the worst thing that could happen to PlayStation, man. I'm telling you. I remember your reaction to Intergalactic. Bro, my demons were getting to me that day, bro. I know. Look, I'm not trying to hide that, John Hypocrite. I'm not trying to hide that. I got 2 other super chats I got to read. I'm just saying. I was leaning towards glass half empty that night. I'm like, you know what? I don't like this. But I took a step. I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, maybe that's not fair. Maybe that's not fair for me to jump to conclusions like that. I get annoyed when people jump to conclusions with me. So, don't you talk about it no more, bro. I don't want to. We'll see, bro. I'm not going to sit here and pretend, all right? I'm not going to pretend that I don't have my concerns. I do have my concerns, but I'd rather just take a step back, and it's like, rather than just preemptively say this, and this is going to happen, and that's why it's going to be bad and why I'm not going to like it. If that's true, if it's like these things are going to happen, let it happen then. There's no reason for me to preemptively telegraph it other than if I was trying to make money off of, doom baiting, essentially. But yeah, I'm not going to hide that. I was not, and I can be honest in this right now, right? Like, we only have one trailer for Intergalactic so far. Just one trailer. I don't feel hyped for it based on that trailer alone. I'm intrigued. I'm like, okay, this could be interesting. But everything I've seen, which isn't much, it's only a 4-minute trailer. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty chill on it. Where it's like, I'm really assuming that Naughty Dog has something big up their sleeve that the next time they show this game, I'll be like, oh, okay. Like I'm trying to have that level of optimism, but I don't know if that will or will not happen. So I'm just going to wait patiently. I'm more concerned about the Faye game. I'm more concerned that the Faye game will actually be great, but people are going to be like, fuck this, bro. This ain't no God of War. Like, I'm so afraid of that happening, where it'll be one thing if the Faye game is actually bad, but the Faye game, I could see that being like an incredible, like, oh my God, this thing looks awesome, but just seeing people be like, nah, this sucks just because it's, female God of War, bro. That's what I'm more worried about. That's oh, man. Bro, 2027 is gonna be the most toxic fucking year in the history of years, bro, in gaming. Oh man. You're gonna have Intergalactic, you're gonna have the Faye game, and you're gonna have the next gen consoles. Oh man. We have Ayuka Boss YT with a $5 chat. He says, some people will never pay $800. That's too much for an average gamer. I will buy it at launch. That literally was the problem the PS5 had at launch. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I am trying to think more about the type of person that a console is meant to appeal to. And that's the thing we can't forget, right? What is the purpose of a console? Now, granted, as John Hypocrite was pointing out, he said that everything's rising. So it's like if you have an $800 console in a sea of devices that are all just as expensive or way more expensive, then it feels appropriate. And that's true. Like 800, as unfortunate as it sounds, and it pains me to say this, but yes, 800 could be considered like the lower end. But that's the thing. Not only do we have to keep in mind the purpose a console serves fundamentally, which is it's supposed to be a more affordable option outside of the more premium PC type experience, something that can give you a really solid price to performance ratio, but also the fact that another purpose the PlayStation 6 serves is it's got to move people over. Like Sony understands full well, just as we do, that people are going to stay on PS5 for many years to come. And this is going to be the hardest generation to move people over. But that's kind of the thing. Like, Sony needs people to move over. Sony can't continue to extend the PlayStation 5 generation artificially just because it's like, well, the PS5 is the cheaper option, and the PlayStation 6 is so expensive that it's making the PS5 look more appealing. Like, we talked about the PS6 maybe looking weaker than the PS5 Pro if it comes in at a cheaper price point. But let's also talk about the idea of the price point of the PS6 looking so expensive that it makes the PS5 even more appealing. That's another worry that Sony's got to, again, thread that needle. Kyle Say Stuff with the super chat says, if 800 is the cheapest in this cost of living, then it is truly depressing. LOL. I mean, yeah. 4 years ago, we were even thinking 600 is too much, but RAM is going
MBG,
crazy.
do you really think it will be cheaper than the Pro? We haven't seen the cost of the current gen go down. Why assume the PS6 will eventually low price?
I mean, dude, we're going to have to start placing bets, right? We're going to have to start placing bets. I mean, we're going to have to get to a point where I guess it's just a matter, we do kind of have to hedge our bets. Like, Walroar, what I'll say to your direct donation here is that for me, the reason I do I really think it will be cheaper than the Pro? I get it, dude. Like, you're listing perfectly sound points here. And you guys may end up being right. This isn't a matter of like, I'm going to be right. It's not about that. It's just I'm trying to really hone in on like, what is Sony planning to achieve here? That's really what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about like, what is their end goal with the PlayStation 6? And from where I'm sitting, that meaning I have a limited view, I think, yeah, it's going to be cheaper than the PS5 Pro because it's like, again, man, if it's not, it's essentially almost a guarantee. It's a risk assessment, right? What is more risky in the long term for Sony's business? I'm talking mid to long term. This is how they have to think right now, not short term. Is it more risky to launch the PlayStation 6 at a higher price point, ensuring you can still make money, and hope that, well, it's going to be okay because everybody else is a lot more expensive than us? And there's also the handheld that we continue to not really think about. Is that more risky than making the decision that, listen, we're just going to have to go through this console generation eating the cost and finding other ways to make up for it in the long run? And that is a tough one. Like, I wouldn't really know. Like, if I was in charge at PlayStation, my gut would tell me the most important thing is don't let your console die. That's like for me, that would be the most important thing. And it's like, my view of that risk assessment is which of those two things has a higher chance of killing your console? Because if the console dies, the PlayStation business mostly goes with it. They could recover from it, but it'll take time, and they have to transition, and they want to avoid that. They want to be more prepared for that, and they're clearly not prepared enough for that. So for me, I make the decision, you got to go cheaper. You got to get these things in people's homes, and we will fucking figure it out later. Because if we if we end up in a situation where we can't get these things in people's homes, there's nothing to figure out. You know what I mean? Like, that's the worst case scenario. That's I don't know, but there is the idea of, like, how confident is Sony? Maybe Sony does have that mentality where, like, where are you gonna go, son? You ain't gonna. We're not making PS5s no more. I mean, Sony could get crazy, bro. Sony could be like, we're killing PS5. They could go scorched earth with this shit. That could be the plan where they're like, oh, you want to buy a PS5? That's too bad. There's gonna be 120 million PS5s out there. See, that doesn't make any fucking. I don't know. Like, no, Sony's in a predicament, bro. They could go scorched earth and be like, we're cutting everything off. We're no more games for PS5, no more exclusives for PS5. We're not producing or manufacturing PS5s anymore. We're moving on. Like, we're doing a hard cut. And if they do that and they combine it with where else you're gonna go, as I'm choking on my where else you gonna where else you gonna go? I'm over here choking on my own words, bro. I need to calm down. Let me take a drink. My blood pressure's high. I can feel it. I don't know why it is. I'm stressed for Sony, man. That's how you know I'm a true pony. Oh, hold on. I'm a little bit behind on the super chats. John Hipcrit, you're saying gaming leaks. Crimson Desert has no base. Hold on. I just need a breather. This is what happens when I talk for 3.5 hours straight. All right. I'm locked in. Let's go. John Hipcrit says gaming leaks. Crimson Desert has no base PS5 or Series X and S footage before launch. Another Cyberpunk on the cards. Maybe. I did notice that. I found it quite fishy. I'm choking on my own rage. Yeah. I still can't believe Rich Rod is a mod. I find it quite fishy that their response to people asking for this was a great response, which was, we're just going to give it to Digital Foundry and let them do their job. What they didn't say is we're only giving the PS5 Pro version. If this is a Cyberpunk situation, then I don't feel sorry for the studio and what happens next. You know, that Cyberpunk situation, the only upside to it is it's a warning to all future game devs of like, hey, don't ever do this. Don't ever do it. If I was playing on base PS5, I would wait, personally, just me, I would wait until I get confirmation that this game runs okay. I would expect it's going to be far from perfect, but I would want to make sure, is it going to be playable and run well enough so that it's not like a broken mess disaster. But I do think it's very concerning. Yeah, I don't blame anybody, unless in the next few days they show something, which they could. I don't blame anybody for being very, hesitant or just flat out scared that they're hiding something, because it does kind of come off that way a little bit. It does. Let me see. We also have Music Maker Man with a £5 chat saying perhaps Sony may make just one PlayStation 6 and sell the drive separate. Also, feel exclusives, good accessories, monitor, etc. GTA 6 upgraded version, maybe a bundle. Yeah, I do wonder like what compatibility is going to look like with the PlayStation 6, where Sony sold us an Elite, or not an Elite, but it's basically their version of the Elite controller, the DualSense Edge. They sold us like multiple headsets. They would sell a new DualSense like every month, pretty much. I don't know if I'm making a mistake in assuming that you'll be able to use these accessories on the PlayStation 6. Like, I feel like that would help sell the console. But I don't know, maybe I'm naive in thinking that. Maybe it's going to be the opposite. It's like, no, we have a DualSense 2. But my question would be, what exactly is the DualSense 2 going to offer? See, this is where, again, are you going the full-on traditional route of this is a fresh start?
Thanks for checking the clips, MBG. I hope that helped you understand the different ways Sony can subsidize the PS6. I hope to see you on Mooched one day.
Oh, yeah, thanks for that, man. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I'd be welcome, but you know me. I'm a lone wolf. I roll solo. It's what I've always done, and it'll probably always be that way. Maybe one day it'll change. I don't know. If it does, I won't see it coming. Neither will you. But yeah, it definitely helped a little bit, Moonshot. It makes it clear that Sony they're entrenched pretty deeply, across the manufacturing pipeline, where it seems like they have way more experience and expertise in dealing with stuff like this than maybe Microsoft does, which makes sense. But I'm not, it doesn't fully convince me that they won't do a more expensive console, but it helps me feel more confident in my assumption, which is like, yeah, they should do a more affordable console because they need to sell it. And knowing that there are alternative ways for them to subsidize it, again, if I was Sony, that's the direction I would go in, man. But thank you for the donation, Moonshot. And yeah, Music Maker Man, there's many different ways that Sony could help try to sell the PlayStation 6. I mean, I just my guess is when you talk about like accessories, having exclusives, GTA 6, PS6 version, these are all things that I would assume Sony is going to do. It would be a little bit surprising if they didn't do these things, because all these things I feel like helped the PS5 generation, they might go in even harder. You know, they might double down on it even more, where they're like, oh, you thought we did a lot of accessories for the PS5. Wait until you see the amount of accessories we have ready to go for the PS6. So thank you, Music Maker Man. We also have John Hipcrit saying Sony won't lose players, just buyers for the PS6. Interesting. That is true. I mean, Sony has reiterated that MAUs are like their most important metric, right? Monthly active users. So that's actually very interesting. From that perspective, Sony may actually be totally okay. Like, there is a chance that I'm just completely wrong, obviously. But in this case, if I'm completely wrong, then what that means is Sony has made the decision that they are okay with the PlayStation 6 selling softer than both the PS4 and the PS5. And what that would also signal in a more broader sense is that hardware/console sales are truly stagnant to a point where, now, I don't even want to say stagnant. They're on the decline. And Sony can't avoid that anymore. The problem with that is if Sony accepts that, and that's how they're going into the PlayStation 6 generation, they have to communicate that to the shareholders. And the only way they would communicate that to the shareholders is if they have a plan to be like, so in order to alleviate any potential losses that we're going to see, we're doing this, this, and that. And that's why I'm saying, like, unless there's just some kind of hidden, which there very well could be, because it's not like Sony's being extremely forthcoming about their plans. They could have some kind of hidden strategy that they haven't revealed yet, that they're going to reveal sometime next year, that might really catch us all off guard. And, you know, I'll throw one out here for you. What if Jason Schreier reporting, and Nate the Hate for that matter, what if them reporting that Sony's done putting their games on PC, they really just mean Steam? And what if Sony still has a plan to release a PlayStation launcher, a PlayStation app on PC? Where it's like, oh yeah, no, we're not putting Wolverine on Steam, but we're going to have an app on every PC to turn it into a PlayStation. And yeah, I'm not saying I expect that, but it could be something like that that makes people go, whoa. Hold on. Hold on. Rich Rod is being tested. What's going on here? Give me patience. He's good. He's good. He's not being rude or anything. Is it? Well, hold on. What's the last thing he said? He says, you're a blind fanboy. Clearly, PlayStation doesn't have Nintendo's IP. If Sony loses the default console, they're in trouble. Is Rich a blind fanboy? I don't know. A lot of people think I'm a blind fanboy. Did you just call the PS6 a Fortnite box? Hey, yo, what? I mean, do you know that the PS6 is not a Fortnite box? You know why? Because the PS5 is the Fortnite box. Isn't Fortnite starting to, like, go down, though? Like, I feel like it's getting there, right? That's true. Nintendo's games, they are massive sellers. Things like Zelda and Mario. Yeah, we've talked about that before. I'm not sure what Sony would need to do to get any of their IP on that level. I'm not sure. Before I read John Hipcrit's super chat, guys, once again, do me a favor. Make sure you are hitting that like button. Okay, hitting the like button helps the channel. Let me see where we're at likes wise. We are at 161 likes. That's more than I thought. Thank you guys so much for that. I want to make a big push. I want to try to have a big push to get 200 likes. That will help tremendously. And if you want to support the channel, a lot of you guys are dropping super chats. Thank you so much for that. Direct donations. You can also become a member. We're sitting at 16 members. We'll see if we can push to get that 25 goal. Luna is sleeping here next to me. Luna hasn't got her treats. We could see if we could get Boss in here maybe. But John Hipcrit, you're saying, I said that before about the launcher, that they would need to remove games from Steam for it to work. Lock out all stores but PlayStation Store. That could be a play. I mean, that definitely could be a play, man. My assumption, if Sony is planning something like that, is it would be like a break glass in case of emergency type thing, though. Like, I don't know. I think Sony wants there to be talk about exclusivity. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is why going into the rest of this year and certainly going into next year is going to be very interesting. Is I read the reports of Sony backing away from PC as a clear indication that it's because they want people to be talking about exclusivity for PlayStation 6. Like, they want that to be a conversation that occurs again. Because the idea is when they go to reveal the PlayStation 6, you know, the biggest cards they're going to have to play are their exclusives. That's my assumption. Could there be something totally different going on behind the scenes? Sure. Absolutely. But the reason why that makes so much sense to me is because that is what Sony has always done. And I do feel as though it would be premature for Sony to make the decision that they're going to make some kind of drastic shift into a different direction of like, yeah, we're going like all in with PC by having a launcher. I don't think that's the play when you're trying to announce and sell, you know, convince people to buy a PlayStation 6. But there's just a major factor here that we still haven't. We've talked about it many times previously, but it's becoming more and more real. And it's the fact that there is a handheld, and we don't know what Sony's plan is with this handheld. This handheld could, I've always referred to this handheld as the wild card. And this wild card could make all the difference, where, I don't know, Sony could try to like attack from two spots here, from two positions, where it's like, we're going to try to hit you with the home console, and if you don't like the home console, we got the handheld, and the handheld's even cheaper. My question is this. My question is whether or not Sony is going to consider the PlayStation handheld a PlayStation 6. The reason why I say that is because if Sony is going to charge more money for the PS6, like $800, then they're going to do so full well knowing millions of people are not going to buy this. Like, most people are probably not going to buy this, man. Most people are going to stay on their PS5. They're going to be like, I'm good where I am, Chief. No, thank you. That's why, as I've said before, oh, well, hold on. If you're not interested in the $800 PlayStation 6 home console, here's the new PlayStation handheld, the PS6 handheld. Maybe they'll just call it the PlayStation handheld, but it's dockable, right? And you could imagine a scenario where a PS5 Pro player is like, Sony, I've only had my Pro for like a few years and games still look amazing on it. You just dropped PSSR 2, making games look even better. I don't need a PlayStation 6. I'm good. But then they see the PlayStation handheld and they're like, actually, though, I don't have that. I have a Portal, but I don't have a proper PlayStation handheld. But because it's also dockable, and it might be part of the PlayStation 6 family. Sony will be able to count a PlayStation handheld as a PlayStation 6 sale, as long as they offer the ability to use it in a similar way that you would the home console. The only thing about that, and actually, come to think of it, they could do multiple bundles of the handheld where it's like, let's assume the DualSense would be compatible with the PlayStation handheld, right? Oh, you already own a PlayStation 5. If you buy the PlayStation handheld, and if you want to use it docked, you could just use your DualSense with it. It's already compatible. You know what I'm saying? So it's like almost a way of kind of like Sony sneakily getting people to replace their PS5s with what will essentially be a, the PlayStation handheld, the APU for this device leaked. It is a PlayStation 6 device, essentially. Like, it's using RDNA 5. It's going to be using all the same technology and software that the PS6 is going to be using. Technology and software that the PS5 Pro will not be able to use. So there is this kind of notion that begins to reveal itself where it's like, well, if I buy a PlayStation handheld, it's clearly not going to be more capable than my PS5 Pro. And it's like, well, yeah, probably not. What about when it's docked, though? And it takes full advantage of all this RDNA 5 technology. It's taking advantage of PSSR 3, which is not available on the PS5 Pro because PSSR 2 is where it maxes out. And the radiance cores and the compression technology. And it's like, what then? I don't know. It'll have a better CPU, right? Like, stuff like that. That's what's going to create, I think, a very interesting scenario where the handheld is $600. Although Moore's Law is Dead did seem to indicate that Sony might really try to take on Nintendo with the handheld and go for $500. And dude, that would be, God, man, that would be such a crazy scenario where it's like, here's the PlayStation handheld, and it's dockable, and all your PS5 accessories can work with it, and it's $500. And here's the PlayStation 6 home console, $800. But it's going to be like, that creates, that's such a risky, but like, I can actually see that being like the play. It's like, that might work. That might just be crazy enough to work, dude. Where I don't know, for some reason, I see Sony taking that two-prong approach as like, I hate you, Sony. Why is the PS6 $800? I don't want that. It's like, that's okay. We made a handheld for you. And you're like, oh, I do want that. But then you get people like me where it's like, yeah, look, if the PlayStation 6 is $800, that's tough. That's a lot of money, bro. But I'm there day one, and I want that full PlayStation 6 console experience. It's like, we got you. I don't know. This is really, it's fascinating. The handheld, I'm not going to lie, for a lot of this conversation, when we talk about pricing, we talk about Helix, I just tend to forget that, there's a handheld factor here that's coming. And John Hipcrit, you're saying, of course, the controller will work with the handheld. It'll likely play PS6 games like a Portal or Cloud. PS5 games native, Japanese market will buy it. That's the question, right? Like, you're saying it'll likely play PS6 games like the Portal through Cloud, but I don't know, man. Like, maybe I'm crazy for this, but I'm under the impression, like, no, it's going to play most PS6. I actually kind of forgot about this. Like, Sony has the low power mode, dude. They already have that. And it was revealed that the low power mode that exists in the PlayStation development environment is listed as another SKU. So you have the PS5 development environment, then you have the PS5 Pro dev environment, and then there's just the low power mode dev environment, and it's treated like another console. And it seems pretty clear that it's for the handheld. And I kind of forgot about this because that seems to indicate that it's like, we want you to make your game playable natively. And Sony's pushing for that. We're already seeing first-party PlayStation developers announce their games are working in low power mode. Not many, but like Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding, I think God of War, Days Gone. My assumption, dude, is that when we watch the PlayStation Showcase next year, assuming it'll happen, and they show Venom, Fizzant, they show Fizzant as a PlayStation 6 game, my assumption is like, oh yeah, this is playable on the PlayStation handheld natively. And, you know, you're going to have people that are going to be like, well, wouldn't that hold back the PS6 version? And it's like, well, let's see. Because my understanding of RDNA 5 tech, knowing that it's mostly software heavy, like it's leaning less so on just raw hardware power, more so on this sophisticated software that developers are going to be taking advantage of. The answer to that might be no. Like, the answer to that might be no, the handheld version isn't holding back the native PS6 version, because the native PS6 version is like maxing out all this software tech. It's maxing out the hardware, but the software tech is really what's elevating it. Maybe that's oversimplifying it, but I don't know. The whole next gen conversation for PlayStation just really starts to it starts to turn into a mess, in a sense. Excuse me, when you start to consider that, oh yeah, Sony's gonna be selling two consoles, basically. John Hipcrit, you're saying if they have a handheld that can play PS6 level games for a price that competes with the Switch, then why would they even bother making a console? It'd be GG's. Well, I guess it's because one of these things is more novel than the other, right? I think that they would like, no matter what, it's like you have to make a home console. I'll put it to you this way. That's a bad way to word it. Wording it this way makes it sound so bad, but hopefully it doesn't sound as bad as I'm thinking. It's like the PS6 is the PS6 Pro. And the handheld is the PS6. And I know that sounds bad, but like, I think that's why. Where it's like, why would Sony be okay with a premium price tag for the PS6? The only other alternative here, outside of everything else we covered, is because, well, we're expecting the handheld to do mass numbers. But it would be a home console docked. I don't know. I mean, I think it's because of the diehards like myself and many others. I think we're operating under the assumption with this that Sony is putting most of their eggs in the next gen handheld, in the PlayStation handheld basket, where we're gonna basically attack like we're Nintendo. You know? Like, Nintendo clearly has overtaken Japan, and Sony is getting much more serious about trying to win more market share back. At that point, it's like, yeah, we're banking on basically selling the handheld like a console, like Nintendo does. It's both. It can be both. If that's Sony's plan, then the PlayStation, the traditional PlayStation 6 home console is there to serve people like me and many others where they're like, yeah, I don't want that. I want the next console. And that would be why it exists. But I don't think Sony's going in that direction. I think it's actually the opposite. I just think the handheld is more like a security blanket or like a safety net rather than, you know, the actual like meat and potatoes of what next gen is going to be. I think from Sony's perspective, it's more along the lines of we need our home console to be the priority because that's what we are. You know, that's what we do. That's what our customers expect. The handheld will be a big bonus that could end up being a much bigger deal, but we don't know that. Like, we're going to take our chances with the home console before we take our chances. We're going to put more eggs in the home console basket than we are the handheld. Because let's face it, the last handheld Sony did, the Vita, didn't do too well. And there's no guarantee that this upcoming PlayStation handheld will do any better. That's why I don't see it playing PS6 games native. Well, yeah. I mean, if it's a messy situation where like it does read to me a little bit like Sony wants to have their cake and eat it too, and I don't know if they can. But I understand why. If they're trying to achieve that, this is the direction they would go in. But he's saying we don't bow down to these billion-dollar companies, or they don't bow down to these billion-dollar companies. Well, see, that's where I feel like Davis, really quick, I know that this is totally on a side here, but like there are a lot of people who they don't listen. I'll tell you this. People do damage to my reputation at times because they make it seem like all I do on this channel is talk positively about PlayStation. But all you need to know, and I don't want to say it's for everybody, but there are absolutely people in the space that will confidently, very confidently talk shit to me and my channel and my community. Maybe not my community. I mean, sometimes people come in here talking shit, but more so me. And it's like, where were you when I had literally a conniption? Sorry, I'm just like thinking back on it, it's like, oh my God, I fucking melted down, bro. But like, where were you when I damn near punched a hole in my wall at the news of Blue Point Games being closed? Where were you when I sat here dumping on Horizon Hunters Gathering? That's the only thing I don't like. I have no problem at all if people take certain aspects of what I discussed and are like, that's a stupid ass take. That's dumb. You're a pony, bro. It's like, okay. But just, again, be fair. That's all I ask. Because I try to do that. People try to hold me accountable, and I'm like, yeah, okay. You're right. Okay. I just wish people would do that for me, too, where it's like, come on. You know, it's not always like that. Don't make it seem like that's all it ever is. That's the only thing that bothers me anymore, is when people try to make it seem one-sided. I'm like, come on. That's not fair. But again, it's not that serious at the end of the day. Oh, boss is here. Boss, you back for more? All right, guys. Boss has initiated it. He says he's back for more treats. We're at 16 members. We need 9 more. All right, boss, we'll see what we can do for you, bro. All right. We came pretty far. I think we can do it. I'm feeling it. Exclusives on a new device being expensive, it's not going to make the money on the software if you don't make an attractive price with the handheld, it needs to price match for the Switch 2 that has Mario Kart. This new thing Boss does, man. I don't know why he's the Series S was not portable. Well, people need to understand, they need to try to understand that the conversation, because I get it, it's going to happen. Like when we talk about a PlayStation handheld, like a PS6 handheld, people automatically assume it's like, this is a Series S. And it's like, you have to understand the difference, truly. Like, I know how it sounds when it says this is different. This is different because it's PlayStation. Like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is literally different because we're talking about comparing RDNA 2 architecture to RDNA 5, custom RDNA 5 architecture. Like, the differences run extremely deep. And the biggest difference is that everything that was there for the feature set of the Xbox Series S with full RDNA 2, it didn't really help it much because it was still so reliant on, like, yeah, all the heavy lifting is being done like brute forced through the hardware. And it's just the nature of improvement where it's like, I want you to think about how different, think about this. This is the best way I could put it. Think about how different the Series S would have been if when Microsoft announced it, they said there's I don't know, Xbox super resolution or some shit. And it's going to get better throughout the generation. And it basically does what PSSR does, what FSR does, what, but it's like custom built for this device. You good, bro? You an itch? Imagine how different things would be if it's like, oh yeah, this version, this Xbox Series X version or S version of what's a game that really struggled on the S? I don't know, you could just throw in any game, really. And it's like, yeah, it can run at 60 frames and it looks close to 4K because of the Xbox super resolution. But that's the thing, is it's like that couldn't exist on that architecture at that time because it wasn't advanced enough. It didn't progress enough. Fast forward 6 years later, 7 years later, and it's like, yeah, now we are at that point where you can put like, weaker specs, so to speak, to keep it simple, weaker specs into a device. But the software side of the tech has evolved so much that it's like, now it's more evenly distributed. That's why I'm trying to say, like, Xbox Series S was just purely reliant on, like, devs just have to optimize the hell out of this silicon, and it's already lacking. And if they don't do that, or they struggle to do that, it's, that's just kind of, you get what you get. It's a little bit different, or actually very different with, with the technology that's going to be in RDNA 5. So if anything, when we talk about Project Helix, this would be the time for Microsoft to do a cheaper version. And I think they are. We've heard that they're considering giving it to OEMs, As long as the PlayStation handheld is more powerful than the Switch 2, it will be fine. It is, yeah. The APU that leaked indicates it's definitely, it's more powerful than the Switch 2. The PlayStation handheld is going to be 75% of a base PS5. And so that sounds like not good, but again, it's going to have the full feature set of I don't want to say the full feature set of RDNA 5. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, so the PlayStation handheld is going to have these features built into it. Neural arrays. Instead of relying on independent compute units, these enable units to team up as a single focused AI engine. This improves AI upscalers like PSSR and FSR and enables more complex machine learning models to run efficiently. It's going to have Radiance cores, dedicated hardware designed solely to handle ray traversal, or the calculations of ray tracing and path tracing. This frees up the main GPU shader units to focus on rendering, enabling advanced lighting in real time. Universal compression, a new technology that reduces memory bandwidth consumption, addressing limitations in how GPUs read and write data. This ensures that despite increasing graphical demands, memory bandwidth remains optimized, potentially allowing for higher resolution and frame rates. This architecture is considered a full step change for future hardware, heavily emphasizing efficiency and machine learning to improve graphical realism. And that's coming from Mark Cerny on Project Amethyst. So all those things I just listed, like imagine if those things were there in the Series S right now. How much of a literal game changer that would be. But that's the thing. When you ask, well, why weren't they there? It's because the technology didn't really exist yet. It was being thought of and in its earliest conceptual stages, but it's the nature of progress. It compounds, Oh, thank you, Bobby Reader, saying you listen every day when I'm live. Thank you. Yeah, big shout out to the community. I appreciate all you guys. Again, I know my schedule's been a little bit all over the place. I am hoping this upcoming week my schedule will get closer to being back to normal. So, keep an eye on that. Make sure you have notifications turned on. We are approaching the 4-hour mark, guys. I would like to try to hit 25 members today. It's okay if we don't, but I don't know. I still got Boss over here. You can't see him, but I don't know. I guess we'll do we'll do about 9 more minutes or so. And we'll try to see if we can hit that 25 member mark. If not, no big deal. We will be back here hopefully tomorrow and many days throughout this upcoming week. Rich Rod, I'm sorry, man. I can't keep the evening streams. I'm sorry, bro. You're gonna have to try to get in when you can, man. Maybe on occasion we'll still do them. Rude. Hey, I made you mod. You can't be that mad. Official Forza Horizon 6 and Fable delayed on PlayStation. John Hipcrit, you're saying we're really going the Microsoft route talking about PlayStation handheld compared to Switch. LOL, power means nothing without games. IP sells the Switch, not exclusives. No exclusives on a PlayStation handheld. That is true. That is true. I do think the PlayStation handheld is going to struggle to compete with the Nintendo Switch 2 in that regard, just simply by the fact that, it's like you just said, Nintendo is going to have these games that are like, yeah, you literally can only play this on this handheld hybrid. Sony's going to be walking that path of, you could buy a PS6 and not the handheld and you still get access to that exclusive, right? Or you could buy the handheld and not the console. But yeah, I mean, we talked so much today about specs and hardware and APUs and Radiance cores and everything else, but Sony's going to need to have the games. There's no doubt about that. That's what I'm looking forward to the most. Of course, hardware gets me excited, and I'm excited at the idea of next gen, but they're going to have the games. I just think we all assume, surely they will. Surely they will have the games, Why should Xbox stop making games on PlayStation if you guys buy them? Well, that's not going to happen, man. Ray, you're saying the PlayStation handheld will be an extension of the PS6, and you will be able to remote play from the handheld and have exclusives. like that. Come on, y'all. Well, yeah, we were just kind of entertaining the notion of the PlayStation 6 handheld being more of a priority and not so much an extension. But you know, if I'm going with my gut tells me it will be more like that. It's going to be more of like a surprise, you know, but not the priority. I think the home console needs to remain the priority because I mean, face it, that's what Sony does, right? That's also what Sony has that Nintendo doesn't. Nintendo has the IP, of course, but you know, I think, I mean, I don't know. I was going to say I think most people use Switch in handheld mode. I don't know if that's true or not, but I don't know that most people view the Switch as like that's a home console. I think most people probably view it as a handheld first, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Guys, also, we have about 5 minutes left. So this will be the last call. I want you guys to make sure you hit that like button. I really want to push to see if we can get 200 likes. We're sitting at 172. So while we have this last 5 minutes, pushing for likes and last call for any support through donations of any kind, and we'll wrap this up here today. I am going to change the title though a little bit. I put like 3 different things in the title. We mainly just talked about next gen this entire stream though, so I'm probably gonna have to change that. I do think the PlayStation 6 handheld will be dockable, yeah. All right, let me get this out of here. Hold on one sec, guys. Why? Okay. All right. You never bought Call of Duty or Minecraft in your life? I never got into Minecraft. I played a lot of Call of Duty. Rich says today is a historic day. Indeed it is. Historic indeed. Well, that's the assumption. The assumption is that the PlayStation handheld will have PSSR 3 whenever that's ready to go. Speaking of which, we're still waiting on that PSSR 2 update. You know, they said it's coming in March, so maybe it'll be tomorrow. Who knows? Oh, so you're talking about how Microsoft owns games like Call of Duty and Minecraft. Well, yeah, I mean, dude, PlayStation is going to be one of their strengths. You know, it's going to make them a lot of money. Yeah, they would be insane to walk away from that. They'd be insane. Will I stop uploading videos about the PlayStation 6? Now you're just saying stop wait, why? No, I'm going to continue to upload videos about the PlayStation 6 and the PS5 and the PS5 Pro. PS5 doesn't have any games yet. Well, I mean, even if that's how you feel, I'm still going to upload news about the PlayStation 6. Sorry, I have to. I have to. You're on your second playthrough of Requiem, nearing the end of the first-person mode this time. Yeah, like I said, I platinumed the game earlier today, and it says I put like 20 hours into it, and I'm like, no way. I don't know. Something feels messed up. I feel like I played it for way longer than 20 hours, so I'm not sure what's up with that, but I got the platinum. I also find it hard to believe I just got the platinum in 20 hours. Especially with my first playthrough, I took it very slow. PS5 games are on PC, so that's not actually wrong. You're saying Xbox doesn't make any money? Microsoft does? Oh, yeah, true. Well, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what the next I know the financials for Microsoft's last quarter for gaming were not good. They were down. We'll see what their next earnings look like. I mean, they're still making a lot of money, but the margins aren't good. If you start praising Xbox, I will put you on a watch list. Damn, bro. All right, guys, that's going to wrap it up. We hit the 4-hour mark. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Out of the way. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for spending time with me and the community today. I also want to give a big thank you and shout out to everybody who dropped any direct support. If you dropped membership gifts, if you dropped super chats, if you dropped direct donations, thank you all so much. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. And I know, especially during these tough times, the fact that so many of you are still so willing to support the channel in a meaningful way. Thank you. It's really all I can say. And I'll continue to produce content to the best of my ability. We'll continue to do these streams and have these extensive discussions and conversations. But I also want to make sure to tell you guys one last time, if you are heading out, if you're leaving the stream, make sure you just hit the like button on your way out. And I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see Devil Shooter in the comments with those timestamps, make sure you give him some thanks and show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. And yeah, I think that just about wraps it up. I probably will have to change the title and thumbnail slightly because we really only talked about next gen during this stream today. I really had this idea of just anytime I go live, just calling it MBG Live, and then after we're done streaming, put a proper title and thumbnail. But I don't know. I don't know if that would be a good idea or not, because I think people, they want to know what they're walking into, you know? Anyway, that's it, guys. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I should be back here tomorrow. I did put out a news video earlier as well. If you want more content, you can go check that out and show that video some support. Again, hit that like button on your way out, and I will catch you all in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.